Step number one is cut out negativity. Just cut out the people who don't serve you. Sometimes those are friends that you've had from kindergarten or high school or university. You're in the friendship out of convenience now. There's a lot of people who you might need to let go of. You might need to just let them go. They don't serve you anymore. You've walked your parallel path together and now they've gone out. Well, they probably just stayed here while you've gone out here. They don't serve you anymore. And it doesn't mean you have to be a mean person or cold or rude. You're just not on the same path anymore. And a lot of people fight that because you're worried about finding new friends or being around new people. And so you stick with these people who don't serve you anymore. And that's a mistake because they're keeping you where you're at. Because their negativity, their complaining, their unwillingness to change, their pessimism, their laziness, their not chasing down goals, that becomes toxic. Even if you're trying to be a beacon, even if you're trying to be the person who pulls everybody up, if all you're doing is trying to pull other people up and there's nothing pulling you up, you're gonna be limited for life.
Need motivation?
Watch a top 10 with Believe Nation.
Hey, it's Evan Carmichael, and I make these videos because when I started my first business, I really struggled to believe in myself. I was making $300 a month and quit on my business partner. And the thing that saved me was watching the stories of successful entrepreneurs. They gave me strategies as well as hope and belief that just maybe I could do it myself as well. And I hope that this video here today helps you get a little bit more belief in yourself, because I still need the videos for myself today too. So today, let's learn from me and my team's take on my top 10 rules for success. Enjoy.
When I went to the Tony Robbins event, the second one where he invited me to come as his guest, at the end of the first day or second day, you're asked to go do a fire walk. And the whole idea is to do something scary. Well, I went home to my Airbnb at the time and I did the scary thing. I skipped the fire walk at Tony's event to go home and do the real fire walk, which was letting go of some people that I had been around for, in some cases, a decade plus, that this doesn't serve me anymore. I'm doing this just out of convenience instead of something that's actually helping me grow. And so I need to shed this skin so that I can be reborn. Like there's this new skin under you that's trying to grow, right? You're trying to become a butterfly, but you're forced to stay a caterpillar. You don't want that. So you gotta let go of the negativity. Sometimes that might be family. And with family, maybe you should cut out some of your family members from your life. Maybe that sounds drastic, but maybe you should. A less drastic version of that is just don't talk about some things. Limit access. If you know that career talk is always going to cause problems with your family, then don't talk about your career. Say, I'm not talking about that. And stand up for yourself. At what point is this your life? This is your life. Your parents, the people around you, they love you. They want you to have success. They're from a different era. They're a different generation. They don't know what's even possible right now. What they did, if you're 21, their life at 21 was totally different. Your parents' life when they were your age was totally different. They don't understand what's available right now. And so even though their message is out of love, likely, like your parents probably love you, they just don't understand what's possible. And you can't blame them. This is your fault now. You need to accept responsibility for where you're at and limit conversations, limit exposure, cut out the negativity from your life. It's really hard for a seed to grow when it's in a toxic waste dump. And that becomes a choice. You know, a seed where it gets planted doesn't really get the choice of where it gets planted. But you get to choose. You get to change your environment. So choose powerfully and cut out the negativity from your life.
Rule number 2 is push through hardships.
It's never too late to get started. It's never too late to say yes. It's never too late to start to chase down your dreams, the thing that you got inside you. It's never too late. We create these stories for ourselves as I am too old to get started. I am too X, like fill in the blank of whatever excuse you've got for not taking action. It's just a story. You're just afraid. And the only thing you're missing is momentum. It's never too late. I remember when I started my business, I thought I was too young, you know? I was 19 years old, I was selling to people who were experts in science and I sucked at science, and they were 2 to 3 times my age and had PhDs, and I thought I was too young, they'd never take me seriously. And that was one of the things that really held back the growth of my business, was just my limiting belief that I was too young. And I talk to people all the time, and you have people who say they're too young, and then instantly they become too old. Like, well, when are you ever the right age? You know, you're too young to do it, then you're too old to do it. When were you actually ever the right age? When have you ever said, you know what? I'm the right age to do this thing. Right? We never do that. It's always just the fear talking. And so you have to step up. You have to step out. You have to say yes. And you have to get started. People ask me all the time, is it too late to get started on YouTube? I was at a conference I was speaking at this weekend, and is it too late, Evan? Did I miss the boat? Are you kidding me? First off, YouTube is growing like crazy. Second, the education on YouTube is still pretty low. There's so many people going, and there's still so few people who are creating good quality education. Look at whatever field you're in, it's probably even less. And third, even if YouTube does go away at some point, there's gonna be something else. People's attention is not going offline anytime soon. It's only gonna increase. If YouTube goes away, something else will come up, and your ability to speak a message to a camera is a skill set that will serve you for life. Of course it's not too late. It's just your fear talking. Your big dreams and big goals and big ambitions are possible. There's so few worlds where it actually is too late, right? And like if you're 70 years old and you want to play, in the NBA, athletics is the easy one to go to, then it's too late. You're not going to be a professional NBA player. Sorry. But could you be involved in the world of? Could you start a great podcast around it, a YouTube channel around it, or be an agent, or like infinite number of things in that world? Of course. And chances are most of your goals, dreams, things that you want to do are not tied to anything physical where there's going to be a significant decline, right? Like what do you want to do? What are your goals? It's people who have done it at a much older age than you. So how do we unlock it? How do we start to make that momentum actually happen in your life? Step number 1, get really clear on what you want. What do you want? What are your goals? What do you want to do? What's the voice inside your head that is telling you, I wish I could do this thing. I really want to do this thing, right? Like getting really clear, because I meet a lot of entrepreneurs, and you know that you're capable of more, and you know you want to have a bigger impact, and you know that you don't want to stay stuck here, but you don't know what the thing looks like. It's not as clear of what you want to do. You just know that you're stuck and you're capable of more. Well, you definitely don't have the whole thing planned out, but what's the next step? Just getting clear on what you want the next step to be can make a big difference, because it gives you some clarity. Whether it's even the perfect, it's not going to be the perfect step. Don't worry about being the perfect step. It probably won't be the right step. It's a step. And in taking a step, you learn a lot, and you make a lot of mistakes. You make a ton of mistakes, and you figure things out. I remember when I first got my phone, I was recording, and I did this video, and I was so proud of the video, and then I realized I captured the whole thing in slow motion mode. It's just like, the audio was terrible. You can't use it. I couldn't use it. Like, oh, it was so good. What? Come on. Slow motion mode. You're going to make mistakes at the beginning. That's okay. But what's the next step? Getting some clarity over what that next step should be is really important. Part 2 is then go get some heroes. It could be a mentor who you can actually talk to and learn from, but heroes. And when I say heroes, I mean people who've done the thing that you want to do. Whenever I feel less than, whenever I feel like I can't do it, whenever I feel not good enough, I look to people who have done it, and I realize that they have done it with less resources, less money, less time, less skills than what I have right now. Your heroes, the people who you love, look up to, respect the most, they did it. They accomplished with less than what you have right now. And if they can do it, you can do it too. And the whole point of that is a push to start taking action. It's not to say, oh, well, I suck, I can never be Oprah Winfrey or whoever. Go look at Oprah's story and see where she came from, and see how poor she was, and see what her upbringing was. And imagine being Oprah. Imagine having a terrible upbringing, being raped early on, having tons of violence in the family, bouncing from home to home, being so poor that she couldn't afford clothes, and her grandmother would sew a dress for her out of a potato bag. Like, imagine you're going to school in a potato bag that your grandmother sewed together because you didn't have enough money to actually get real clothes. Can you imagine? How bad is your life compared to that? How bad was your upbringing compared to that? Right? To go from where she started to where she's at. What's your excuse? And again, it's not meant to be a negative, like, oh, you're right, I'm so hard on myself, I suck. No, it's more like, well, that's what's possible. As soon as you get over the story, you're telling yourself that's what's possible. If she could do it from that upbringing, why can't you? Why can't I? And anytime I feel like I can't do it, that's what I default back to. It's like, look at your heroes. Look at where they started. Look at where they came from. And chances are your heroes already started with less than what you already have right now. And so surrounding yourself with them can give you the hope and the feeling like it is possible. If you feel like you're too old for something, then surround yourself with entrepreneurs who started who are way older than you. Look at people who have started, and they started, I don't know how old you are. You know, people say, I'm 24 years old. Is it too late to get started? But on every age, people feel it's too late. So surround yourself with the stories of people who started when they were older. It gives you the inspiration to go, to make, to create. And then number 3 is come back to service. Think about service. Think about who you're doing this for. This is bigger than you. It's not just about you. It's about who you're going to help. Whenever it's just about you, whenever you're doing something for just selfish reasons, you'll never put in the same amount of work as if you feel like you're responsible to somebody else. This is where a lot of entrepreneurs struggle in starting their own business, because when you had a job, you had a boss, and your boss would tell you what to do. If you didn't show up to a meeting, you'd be in trouble. You know, so you'd show up for other people, but you don't show up for yourself. We just won't show up for ourselves as much as we'll show up for other people. So the way to hack it is to feel like what you're doing is actually serving other people. And if you're in entrepreneur land, you can think about the customers you're going to serve, the people who will consume your content or buy your products or service, and the life-changing impact that you're going to have, and feel it and connect to that. If you don't have a business yet, or that's not your ambition, just think about your message to your kids. Think about the message to your family. Think about the message to the people around you. Is your message to your kids, current or future, you know what? It's too late. When you get an idea, just tell yourself that you can't do it. You know, is that going to be your message to your kid? Of course not. But it's your message to yourself. And the people closest to you will model much more what you do, your actions, your beliefs, more than what you say. You could tell them, believe in yourself. It's not too late. Go ahead, go do it. You can make this happen. But when they see you sitting on the sidelines, telling yourself that you're too old and you can't do it, that's the behavior they're going to model. So if you're not going to do it for yourself, if that's not enough of a oomph to get you out of the bed and actually creating your thing, then think about who you're serving today. Think about the people you're going to help. The people who, by you showing up, is going to have an impact on their lives. It's not too late to start. It's never too late to start. Your life could be so different if you woke up and started doing the thing that was in your heart. It's not going to work out at the beginning. You're going to have a lot of failures. You're going to have a lot of laughs. You're going to have a lot of struggles as you get going. But holy cow, your life can be dramatically different 1 year, 2 years, 5 years from today. If you just decided, you know what? I'm just tired of staying stuck. I'm tired of coming up with excuses. I'm tired of playing small. It's time. I need this for myself. I need this for my family. I need this for the people who I'm going to serve and help. It's time. It's time. It's your time. Let's see what you can make.
Rule number 3 is start saying yes.
The starting point to find your passion is to say yes more. We are in the no business. New idea comes. Oh no, I can't do that. New opportunity arises. You get invited. No, someone like me can't do this. We're constantly saying no, 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 no. You'll never find your passion by saying no. It's actually the opposite. You got to say yes. You got to say yes to opportunities. You got to say yes to ideas. You got to say yes to that thing that comes into your head that maybe you can go off and do. Yes, I'm going to try. I'm going to be willing to suck. I'm going to be willing for it not to work out, but I'm going to try, because we judge things before even trying. I like to say, how do you know what your favorite food is? Well, you know by trying. You know by tasting a whole bunch of different foods until you find the one that you love. Like, wow, that's my favorite food. Where most people, they don't try enough foods. If you think about sushi, that I use as an example, I wrote off sushi at the beginning. Like, that sounds nasty. Why you get? I mean, like, not judging. You want to eat it, awesome, but it sounds gross. It's raw fish wrapped in seaweed with some rice and fish eggs. That sounds gross, right? For someone who's not used to it, Italian, Western diet, that sounds gross. And you're gonna dip it in soy sauce and hot mustard, right? But you know what? I'm just gonna try it. You know what? This is really good. It tastes so good, right? Now I love sushi. Sushi's gotta be in my top 5 favorite foods. But we judge things, and we're doing that not just with foods, we're doing that with people, we're doing that with business ideas, we're doing that with opportunities. I look at YouTube and how long it took me, holy cow, how long it took me to get momentum because I was judging it. Not judging a platform, but judging myself, that someone like me can't do it because I'm introverted, because I'm shy, because only people with a big ego get in front of a camera, all of these things. I was just in a no business. I was saying no, I was saying no, I was saying no, I was saying no. And listen, I'm not perfect. I still say no on things that I'm trying to get better at. If you haven't found the thing that you're passionate about, that excites you, that drives you, that pushes you forward, you're not going to find it sitting on the couch, judging yourself and doing the same things that you have been doing, right? You do the exact same things you have been doing for the past year, your life doesn't change in the next year, right? You got to explore, you got to say yes. And that takes courage, and that takes jumping through some discomfort, and it just says the ability to say yes on things. So I was recently hanging out with Tom Bilyeu and Dave Hollis and a bunch of friends in Napa, and my biggest takeaway was I want to move faster on things. I want to move faster on new things. It's so easy to get locked into what you're currently doing. It's like, you know what? I need to move faster on things. And so I came home and I went faster on learning crypto. I went faster on learning about life insurance and investing. I went faster on creating my Discord server. I went faster on all the ideas that I had. It's like, okay, imperfect start, just build momentum and go. And now Discord has been a big part of my daily routine. I've adjusted my entire schedule to start my day in Discord. I went from spending 0 time on Discord, not understanding what it was, not understanding the graphics and what mods did and all the roles and all of the stuff, the lingo and all of the terminology, language. I didn't know any of it. To now, I spend the first chunk of my time every morning on Discord. If you want to join us, it's free, evancarmichael.biz. Come and join in. It's such a great way to start my day because I love the community, because I love connecting with people. When I go to events, my favorite thing is to hang out in the hallway and talk to people. And that's basically what Discord is. You get to hang out in the hallway and talk to people and help them and spread love. And we have so many amazing people. And the point of that is I now have this new thing in my calendar that I love and I look forward to. It's like I can't wait to go back and say hi to everybody. Even though I'm shy and introverted, it feels weird. But a month ago, I wasn't doing it at all. And it could have easily been the thing that I said no to, that I said, I'm so busy, I have YouTube, and I have my other channels, and I have my team, and I have, right, all the stories we tell ourselves as to why we can't do it. It's being in the no business. How do you know until you try? How do you know if your great idea is great unless you try? Or if it sucks unless you try? How do you know if you're gonna love something unless you try? How do you know if you're gonna love that person unless you try? You don't know until you try. So what are some practical steps? Okay. Number 1, when you get an idea that comes into your head, trust it. I wish I could X. Oh, I've got this cool idea for me to Y. Do it. Just trust that the idea is a good idea. Trust that it's good, it's for you, it's meant for you, especially if you're in a positive environment, you're watching a video like this, or you're at an event, and you're talking to somebody and you have positive vibes. It's like, I want to go make this. Trust that that idea is good. Get out of the no business and just start building some immediate momentum. So trust that good ideas flow through you. Good ideas, great ideas, extraordinary ideas flow through you. Trust that. Trust that and do something about it. Because we don't want to wait another year and another year and another year and you're still sitting on these ideas because someone like you can't do it, right? So 1, trust that great ideas flow through you and do something about it. 2, tie it into service, right? Your purpose comes from your pain. So whatever you struggle the most with is what you want to help other people through. So tie that to service. Your passion is something that you'll love helping other people with. So it's not just about you. If your own passion, that's just a hobby, right? Something you love doing for yourself, great, that's just a hobby. But ultimately, we all want to feel important. We all want to feel, not from an egotistical point of view, it's wired into us, from a human point of view. We want to feel like we matter. We want to feel like we're going to do something today that will have an impact on other people. We are connected to each other. And so your passion will tie into your purpose. Your purpose comes from your pain. Whatever you struggle the most with is what you want to help other people through. So inside of that, helping the you from 5 years ago or 10 years ago, what do you need to do? What are some of the steps that you can sit there and help the you from 5 years ago? That will be a part of your passion. To wake up and feel like I'm doing this, that's fun, that's exciting for me. It doesn't feel like work, but it's also having an impact. It has to tie to service. It has to. If you want it to fill you up for the rest of your life, it has to tie to service. And it's not just this one, short timeline thing just to help you feel good. It has to help other people feel good as well somehow. So number one is trust that great ideas flow through you. 2, tie it to service. You feel like you're helping other people. It's going to make a big, big, big difference. And then number 3 is pay attention to things that make you scared. Pay attention to things that make you scared and teach yourself that you do difficult things. So a lot of times an idea might come to you or somebody might suggest something for you, and the immediate thing that comes to mind is, this is difficult, or your heart's beating. I call it the boom, boom, boom test, where your heart's going boom, 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 because you're nervous, because you're afraid of doing that thing. Often your next amazing passion is on the other side of all those things that you're afraid of. Because you're afraid that it's not going to work, you're afraid that it's going to disappoint people, you're afraid that it will work, you're afraid of failure, and you're afraid of success. You're afraid of judgment, you're afraid of rejection, you're afraid. But you don't find your passion by staying afraid. You find it by saying yes. So the things that are making you afraid, the things that make your heart go boom, 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 like that, trust it and try it. Expect it to suck. Expect not to get any results. Expect your first shot to miss. That's okay. What's more important than if you got the result is, did you enjoy the process? Did you have fun doing it? Are you excited to go back and do it again? You've got a great gift inside you. You know you're capable of more. You know you want to serve. You know you want to help. You know that you don't want to stay stuck. That's not that your life sucks right now, but you want it to be more full. You want it to be more rich. You want to be in a different spot in 1 year from today. And that happens by tapping into the thing that you're passionate about. It's the number one rule for success. You love the work. You love the process of doing the thing that you're doing every day. And you get that by getting out of the no business. Stop telling yourself that you can't. Stop telling yourself no. Stop telling yourself that someone like you can't do it. And instead flip it to say, yes, I'm going to try.
Rule number 4 is raise your environment.
Your environment is keeping you where you are. Your environment has been perfectly designed to keep you exactly where you are right now. The people you listen to, the media that you consume, the habits that you do daily, all of them are designed to keep you exactly where you are. So if you want to raise your game, if you want to raise your life, you need to raise your environment. I've changed a lot over the course of having this YouTube channel. The people who've known me the best and the longest, especially in the past 2 to 3 years, have said, Evan, you've changed a lot. For the better, you've evolved, you're more confident, you have more poise, you're a better speaker, you're pushing the boundaries more, you've changed. What happened? How do I get that for myself, right? People want it. Whenever you are off growing and learning and evolving, other people, they want it. They want a taste of it. They want to do it too, because we are not designed to just photocopy our lives over and over and over again. So how did I get it? I paid more attention to my environment. I paid more attention to my daily routines. I paid more attention to the people that I hang around with. It's important. So looking at my physical environment, right? Look at this office. Look at the people behind me. This all means something to me. Looking at the new design that I've had here below. Putting things like my neck braces. It's down below, you can't really see it. But this inspires me. I walk into this every day. My YouTube videos, the channel, I create for myself. The people that I profile, I'm learning from. I feel like I have Gary Vee in my head. I have Oprah Winfrey in my ear. I've got Elon Musk telling me what to do, pushing me to try to get better. I hear these people talking about you have to be courageous, you have to be bold, you have to believe in yourself more. And when I feel myself being nervous about something, boom, 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 it's a push that I have to do it. And so I've designed my life, I've designed my environment to help push me to get to the next step. And it's scary, and it should be. Where am I going next? I don't know. I'm still a work in progress. But the more that you are around people who push you, who make you better, who make you want to do more, who pull you up to their level, guess what? The more you're going to get there. The alternative is you're stuck where you are. You stick with your friends, you stick with the media you consume, you stick with the habits that you have. And listen, if you love your life, awesome. If you're good, then you're good. Then don't change anything. But if you're not happy with where you're at, if you know you're capable of more, especially for the entrepreneurs, you know you're capable of more. You know you have a gift. You know you're a genius. You know what's in here needs to get out there, can have a huge impact and help a lot of people. If you feel like that's you, then you need to make a drastic change to your environment. You need to change it because everything you're doing right now is keeping you on the path that you're on. Maybe there's been some growth. If you look at who you were 5 years ago compared to now, you've grown. If you're watching this channel, you've grown, right? You've made some changes, but is it drastic enough? Like, are you proud of where you're at? Look at where you've come from in the past year, 2 years, 5 years. Are you proud of where you're at? And are you comfortable with that same level of growth for the next 5 years? If not, if you think, I want more, I want to help faster, I want to have a bigger impact faster, quicker, then the fastest way to do it is to change your environment.
Also, to make sure you're actually taking action after watching this video, I've designed a special free worksheet just for this video. The worksheet will highlight all of the lessons learned in this video, as well as pull out our 3 favorite learnings and quotes that will inspire you to actually do something. The worksheet will also give you space to write down what your key takeaways are and your specific plan of action to make sure you're getting results. If you want the worksheet designed specifically for this video, absolutely for free, there's a link in the description below. Go click on it and start building the momentum in your life and your business. I'll see you there. Rule number 5 is stop doing everything alone.
Stop trying to do this alone. If you've got a big idea inside you, you can't do this alone. You need people around you to help you, to encourage you, to support you, to cover your weaknesses, to help you actually go off and accomplish that big dream of yours. This is one of the biggest things that I think holds people back, holds entrepreneurs back, is you're probably decently good at the thing that you want to do. You know, you've had some experience or you've gone and learned and figured it out, and you slowly get better as you keep practicing and keep going and doing more. And maybe at some point you even did try to hire somebody. Maybe at some point you did try to bring somebody on and it didn't work out. Didn't work out. And here's where everybody makes the mistake. You retreat and go back to say, you know what? It was just a lot faster when I did it myself. Has that happened? Has that happened to you? Ever been there? You hired somebody. You thought, I'm going to do this. I'm going to hire somebody. You do it. It doesn't work out. And then you go back to say, I'm just going to do this all myself. No. No. That is not the answer. That is not the answer. That's like if you go on one date and it doesn't work out, now you're never going to go on another date again. You're never going to be married. Right? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. You're living in fear as opposed to actually trying to build the thing that you're capable of building. Here's what happens. When you first hire somebody, you don't know what you're doing. Right? It's like when you first did anything, you don't know what you're doing. So why do you expect to be great at picking the right person and then treating them well and then managing them well? You don't know what you're doing. There's a guy in my movement makers who joined my Discord as well. And he was talking about how he had hired his second video editor and it didn't work out. And he had to let the person go. So he's hired 2 video editors. Both of them couldn't get his style and he had to let them go. And he's going back to editing everything himself. Now, as a short-term solution, great. Like, stuff has to get up, videos have to be edited, get them out. But don't stop searching just because you had 2 failed hires, right? Like, if you tomorrow are editing videos, awesome. But if you next year are still editing your videos, not awesome. Nope, not awesome, not anymore, right? This is how we start to raise our standards. And so the first 2 people that you hired weren't good fits. Great, keep searching, keep looking. Your perfect fit is out there. And as you go through some people and go through the process, you'll get better at actually finding the right person. You know, you'll get better at it. Don't judge yourself to say, well, I suck at this, I can't hire, I'm never gonna find the person, it's just faster to do it myself, right? There's that old expression, you can go fast by yourself, but you go far with a team. You have to build a team. So let's talk about how to do it, okay? Let's talk about steps, practical steps, building a team, creating the culture. Someone who now has 37 people on the team. I'm not Jeff Bezos with, I don't know how many thousands of people on his team, but 37 on our team right now. How do you go from starting up to that? Step number 1 is figure out what is the most important skill that you need that has to get done in the business that you suck at, okay? And you don't want to get better at. What do you suck at that has to get done in the business? Not something that, you know, maybe it's a nice to have, but like it has to get done in the business. You suck at it. And not just you suck at it right now, you never want to get better at it. You're just not interested in it. Some people love this thing and you hate it and you never want to get better at it. What is that thing? That's the first person you need to bring on into your business. It could be part-time. It definitely should not be a full-time person. Here's why. 1, you don't know how to hire yet. 2, it's going to take you too long to be able to save up the money to hire somebody full-time. And 3, you're not used to managing people. So you want a part-time person. When I first started, I had interns. I had interns from high school who were helping me do a lot of the things that I need to get done, and it was part of their school credit. Nina is back! I did foreign language interns, so people came to Toronto as part of their education, being from a different country, learning English and getting job experience. You find people. I've had people volunteer to join. I've had people work 1 hour a day to join, right? Just like you need to start getting some people involved because it makes you feel like you're not alone doing this, which is a big deal. And it also starts building some traction, you know, starts finally getting some of the things off your plate that you wish didn't exist anymore. And suddenly now they don't because somebody else is taking care of it, right? Step number 2 is you have to start asking for help. This is a big problem for a lot of entrepreneurs. You're afraid to ask for help. At the startup phase especially, like, well, what if they steal my idea? It's one of the most common questions. Have you ever felt that? What if I tell somebody my idea and they steal it, they go with it? Well, it's possible. It's possible. Very low possibility. Most people are running their own business. The amount of people who've come to me and say, Evan, I'd love your help on this, but I need you to sign this NDA, non-disclosure agreement. It's like, I don't care about your idea. I have my own business to run. I've got my own channels, my own team, my own things to worry about. I'm not gonna, they think the top priority is you have some great idea that I'm gonna then take and run with, that's now my new business plan. No, and now you missed the chance to actually get some feedback and help. So you have to share your idea. The idea alone is not enough. It's the execution that really matters. So it's not just the idea that you've got, it's can you be the one to go off and create it, to make it, to birth it, to turn it into reality. And speed matters. Have you ever seen anybody with your idea, right? Air quotes, your idea, go off and win while you were still sitting on the sidelines? Right? I've seen it happen so many times. I've had so many people message me about it. It's like, I had this idea 3 years ago and I didn't do it. And now here's this person off making millions off of it. Well, what's the difference? Chances are they had less heart than you, less of a drive to do good, less caring than you. So why are they winning? Well, because they started and they asked for help and you were trying to do it all by yourself. So you have to share your idea. You have to recruit people on board. You have to ask for help because those people can make the difference between you actually following through on your goals. And then step 3 is you have to mentor the people on your team. You have to care about them as humans. The next big mistake a lot of entrepreneurs make when they're hiring is, okay, this person's going to come on, they're going to take all the stuff off my plate so I can focus on being the CEO, and then everything's going to be great. And that's a nice theory. That kind of happens, but what you want to think about is, this is a human working with you. This is a human who's got goals and their own ambitions and their own dreams, and your job should be to help them grow as a human, that they should be better as a person by spending time with you, by being around you, and by being in your company. Most people treat people like robots. They treat them like monkeys. Okay, get this done, get that done, perfect, gone. You made my life easier, awesome, that's what you're hired to do, go do your job. Where people make the mistake of is, one, not giving enough training at the beginning. Like, did you actually set somebody up for success? And the two, just not caring about them enough as a human. I'm actually starting to find it harder as I grow. It was a lot easier when I had 1 to 5 people on the team, but at 37, I don't know what everybody's up to. I don't remember everybody's projects. I'm not in as much of the day-to-day of what they're doing. I find it hard to balance everybody's goals and just stay on top of their life. And I don't know what it's going to look like when we're at 50 people or 75 people or 100 people. I don't know what that process looks like. I'm figuring it out. You know what? I got to ask for help as I grow. But 2 of the things that I've done that have worked out pretty well. The first is I dedicate Mondays to team days. So I have an entire day of the week that's dedicated to team. And so I'm spending that day on Zoom calls or in person, meeting with team, asking them what's going on, helping them with their projects, and just spending time with them. And so people know that on Mondays, when they save all their stuff and talk to me about it, scheduling in time for team matters. So I have different things for different days of the week. Today's a Tuesday because I'm recording, so recording is Tuesday. But yesterday was Monday, and I was spending the whole time basically on Zoom calls with team. The second thing that I'll do is a quarterly check-in with people, and we don't even talk about the business. Usually do it on a Sunday, so it's not a work day. It's a Sunday morning coffee. Every Sunday I'm spending with someone on my team. So Sunday morning, I grab my coffee, they grab whatever drink they want, and we do a session together. And we'll touch on business, we'll touch on what they're doing, but not operationally focused. Not, hey, you didn't get this thing done, or hey, how are we doing on this project? It's more like, where do you want to go with your life? What are you curious about? What are you loving about the work that you're doing here? How can I help you get to the next step? What else are you curious about? What are your other goals? Just a life conversation. And you'd be surprised at what comes out. And most people, all they really need is just somebody to listen to them and care. And sometimes action happens immediately after, sometimes it happens, the next month or the next quarter. But when you know the hopes, the goals, the dreams, the ambitions of the people on your team, the people around you, it allows you to be a much better and much more effective leader. So we took you through this, the process of startup, zero, team, all the way to now, how do you manage, your first 37 at least people in your company. But underpinning all of this is the understanding that you can't do this alone.
Rule number 6 is take action.
If you're not growing, you're not happy. Humans want to grow. You want to grow. You want to feel like you've learned something. You're getting better. You're improving. You're giving back. You're serving. You don't want to stay stuck. We don't want to stay stuck. No human wants to stay stuck. You do not want to stay stuck. If I talk about, hey, in 1 year, you're going to be in the exact same spot as you are right now. You're going to have the same knowledge set. You're going to have the same financial wherewithal. You're going to have the same mindset. You're going to be exactly the same in 1 year. That's not happiness. Nobody wants that. You want to feel like you're learning, you're growing, you're getting better, you're improving. We all want to feel like we are growing. The challenge is growing is scary. Growing requires stretching the comfort zone. Well, how many posts do we have to see about stepping outside the comfort zone, right? You know it. But it's an intellectual knowing and not enough of actual doing because you're afraid. And this is a big challenge for entrepreneurs because you know you're capable of more, and you know you've got a big mission, and you know you've got a big dream. You know that you want to do more, but you're afraid of that thing. And the fear puts on the brakes. So you've got, I'm in my car right now, you've got your feet on the gas and the brake at the same time. What happens when you have your feet on the gas and the brake at the same time? Nothing. You don't move. You're going to end up spinning your wheels. Gas and a brake at the same time. The gas is your desire to grow and learn and know what you can make and what you can create and the life you want to build for yourself and your family and the impact you want to have and the lives that you're going to touch, right? It's exciting. It's exciting to think about everything you can make. It's so amazing. And then because we're afraid, no, brake, no, not happening, no. And so what we end up doing is just watching a bunch of content or reading a bunch of books or going to a bunch of seminars and having these moments of breakthrough and wisdom and maybe a tiny bit of momentum, and then immediately the brakes come back on again. It's not even, we blame haters or we blame our family. It's not even the people around us. It's you. It's the voice inside your own head telling you not to do it, that you can't do it. It's the sustained momentum that's missing. You want to grow, and if you're not happy, it's because you're not growing. So how do we do it? How do we start to break through? How do we start to get that actual momentum and the growth so that you don't look back on the life that you have or the past year that's been and hate it and hate yourself? Because that's where we get stuck, right? It's like, hey, wow, I wasted the past 2 years. I knew I wanted to do it, and I wasted. Has that happened to you? You ever felt like that? I wasted the past years of my life. I suck. And we just beat ourselves up. That's not the point. The point of this is not to beat ourselves up. The point is to use the potential fear of regret as a driving force to move forward. Okay, so how do we do it? How do we start getting into action mode? How do we start listening to our intuition? How do we start building the momentum that we need to get the growth in our lives to build a better life for ourselves and the people around us? Number one is get inspired. You are the product of your environment. We've talked a lot about that. You are the average of the 5 people you hang out with, right? People have said that over and over and over again. So how do you elevate your environment so that you can be more inspired? I do it through my content. I do it by being around Dave Hollis and Brendan Burchard and Tony Robbins and Oprah and all the people that I profile on my channel. I'm around them. They inspire me. I've had the fortune to meet some of them, to be able to call them, but a one-off call isn't enough. Like, you need it daily. Just like you need to brush your teeth for your dental hygiene, you need inspiration hygiene. You need mental hygiene by being around the people who inspire you. That's why I make so many videos, and hopefully there's something that inspires you. It's the idea of this channel. Like, why? To start your day with some inspiration, to help you get going, to give you the courage to say yes. So what makes you come alive? Who are the people who you want to spend more time with? And find a way to do it, whether it's a real human that you can go and have coffee with or talk to, or if it's online. Again, most of my inspirations come from online, from my own videos. I make them for me, and then I share them with you, and thankfully you guys like them, so we can invest in team and continue building more content out. But who are the people that make you come alive? Just the way they speak, the way they talk, it just connects with you, and it makes you want to do more. Not in a bad way, like I suck, I should have done better, but in a positive way forward. Like, I want to show up better today for myself and the people around me. Who makes you feel like that? And then surround yourself with them. And if it's me, I'm honored to be a part of your journey. And if it's somebody else, a lot of people discover people through my channels. Like, hey, I discovered Dave Hollis or Gary Vee or Tony Robbins through your channel. Thank you. I don't watch as much of your content anymore, but I watch them a lot. They're great. As long as you're getting what you need. That's the whole point. So step number one is you have to be inspired. Okay, how do we start getting the growth? Be inspired. Build it into your daily routine. If you are inspired every day, not hoping things happen, not hoping somebody sends you a message, right? That's not going to happen. But you manufacture it, you create it, because you know being around these people inspire you. If you did that you got inspired every day, your life will be dramatically different, I promise you. Step number 2 is immediate momentum. Immediate momentum. You want growth, immediate momentum. You get that idea, you get that inspired, voice coming into your head. It's going to say, hey, Evan, go do this. Hey, launch this video. Hey, sign up for Discord. Hey, get into NFTs. Hey, like whatever the thing is, whatever the voice that comes to you when you feel inspired, that's the right voice for you. That is guiding you in the right direction. Listen to it. Listen to it and take some kind of immediate momentum. I was talking to somebody inside my Discord today, asking him about his NFT projects. I have my NFT project. He wanted to start his, and it's just a lot of overthinking. It's like, well, I don't know how to do the smart contracts. I don't know what kind of value to add. I don't know. I've got this big plan for how everybody can earn a share of what this project makes, and I don't know how the mechanics of all that works. Like, dude, that is such a big vision. It's great, but what's the immediate momentum you can take today to start to learn about it? It's like, yeah, I'm overthinking it. Launch, create, go. And you'll learn more by actually doing than by trying to overthink your way through every step. The overthinking is just fear talking. So you've got great ideas. Momentum, guys, momentum, immediate momentum. What's the thing? Like that first step is the hardest step. Filming the first video is the hardest step. Creating the first page of your book is the hardest step. It's the hardest step, is the first step. So just take that step. Give yourself the permission to suck and just make that first step happen. Immediate momentum. So number 1, get inspired. 2, immediate momentum. And then 3, create a calendar that maps to your ambitions. So the immediate momentum is great. Now we need to sustain it. Well, sustained momentum comes from habits, and habits come from what's in your calendar. If you hope that you have time in your calendar to make something happen, it's never going to happen, right? It just won't. I'm filming this on my YouTube day. Once a week, I have a day that I dedicate to filming videos. And if I didn't have it in my calendar, it wouldn't happen. If I waited till I was always inspired, it wouldn't happen. There's a call happened later on today, and somebody asked me if I was going to join the call. I said, well, it depends on how well my videos go. I'm filming videos today. It's blocked off. I blocked the whole day off. And sometimes it flows and I'm just banging out videos like, oh my gosh, this is such a great vibe I'm in, let's go. And sometimes it's more of a grind where I have to manufacture it. I gotta build it inside myself before I can make the videos. So sometimes it comes up really quickly and sometimes it takes more time, but I have the whole day planned to do it. And if I didn't have that day planned, I wouldn't make nearly as many videos, you know? So it can start with an inspiration, right? You go through the 3 steps. It starts with inspiration. I'm going to make videos. I'm going to make some content, right? If that's you, great. That idea came to you? Yes. We're in the yes business now. We're not in the no business anymore. Yes, we're going to do that. Great. Step number 2, immediate momentum. The best thing you can do is film a video today. Film a video today. That's all you need to do. But what camera and what microphone and what gear and when am I going to talk? Don't overthink it. I'm sitting in my car on my cell phone. Well, Nina is at Costco. You can't really see it. Nina's shopping at Costco and I'm filming off my cell phone. Go. Immediate momentum. And then 3, we've made our first video. Great. Now when's the next one going to come out? You create a calendar for it. You block off some time, once a week, once a month, whatever it is, to put in your calendar. This is when I'm going to be making more content. You get inspired. You take immediate momentum, and then you put it in your calendar so that momentum becomes a sustainable habit. This is how you grow. Because you want to grow. Because growth is important. Growth will lead to happiness. If you felt like the next year is going to matter, that you're going to grow as a human, you're going to grow in your finances, you're going to grow in your mindset, you're going to grow in your knowledge set, you're going to grow in your ability to serve, you're going to grow in the impact that you're going to have. If you could actually feel like I'm going to grow a lot this year and then actually execute on it, where would you need to be in a year for you to look back and say, I'm proud of myself? Maybe you're proud of yourself for the past year. Maybe you're incredibly proud of yourself, or maybe you're saying, you know what, I did some things, but I could have done a lot more. Use that as a fuel to make the next year count. The growth that you have inside you, it's entirely possible when you decide to consistently get inspired, take immediate momentum, and then schedule in the habits so that momentum becomes sustainable.
Rule number 7 is develop a success mindset.
You have a single most important core value, and when you figure it out, your entire life changes. If you feel like you're being pulled in a million different directions, you're walking on quicksand, everybody wants something from you, you're hot and cold, you want to do something one day and then you don't the other day, you have a hard time saying no to people and to opportunities, and you're just being pulled in 1,000 directions. Does that sound familiar? Does it sound like you? If that's you, you don't know what you stand for. Because when you know what you stand for, all decisions become easier. I wrote 2 books on this, Your One Word and then Built to Serve. And at the core of both of them is figuring out what do you stand for? What is your single most important core value? And when you can name it, when you can label it, when you can get to the root of it, what it does is give you clarity for the rest of your life. Mine is belief. My one word is belief. I want to believe in myself more, and I want to spread belief to the world, to the people around me. It's why I make all these videos. I make them for myself because I need to learn and I want to be around the best. I want to be around people who inspire me to believe more in myself, and I try to spread that to the world. It becomes a filter through which I see the world. It becomes the filter through which my best self operates. Whenever I don't know what to do, whenever I'm given an opportunity, whenever I might be pulled in 1,000 different directions, what do I run that through is, well, believe. What would the believe version of Evan do? What would he do? And then that just makes it easier. Boom, decision made. Easier. If you look at my YouTube channel, people say, well, you do all these top 10 rules and you do all these inspiring videos, it's great. Why not do top 10 of the stupidest things this person said? Or top 10 reasons why not to follow this person? If I did that, if I went negative on Kanye West or Donald Trump or whoever, those videos would actually do better. You know, this is where it gets really tough. This is where it really comes down to what do you stand for and how much do you stand for. Because when you can get to the core of who you are, that becomes a lot easier. Because making those videos, if I was to slam people, would do better. People would much rather watch negative videos than positive. People would much rather laugh at somebody else than educate themselves. It's just how we are. We'd rather watch Big Brother and watch reality TV shows and people tearing each other apart. You know, you can't look away from a car accident or a fight on the street. We have this thing inside us where we like seeing other people not doing well because that's how we feel better about ourselves. When you see somebody else struggling, see someone else's terrible life on TV, it makes you feel better about yourself. So we have this insecurity inside all of us. And so those videos would do better. Our top 10 stupidest things Kanye West has said would get more views, would make me more money, would lead to more subscribers, would lead to all the metrics that you would probably look at, right? You know, if I look at, well, what are my goals? Well, I want more subscribers, more views, more comments, more revenue. It would help all of that. But it's anti-belief. I feel gross. I don't want to put that content up. I don't want to put up content slamming people. It's not who I am. It's not what makes me come alive. And this is where you could do it for a short amount of time and then you're going to start to burn out because you start to hate your life because you're doing work that is just against who you want to be. You look at Dave Hollis. He's got his one word of captain. Great. So what does a captain do? Captain goes through choppy waters. Captain is built for the rough seas. So if he's ever stuck thinking about, should I do this or not? Well, what would a captain do? And then boom, answer. So figuring out your one word, figuring out that most important core value, what it does is give you a roadmap for the rest of your life. And it never gets old. I will never stop believing in myself and others and wanting to continue to inspire. Dave Hollis will never stop wanting to be the captain. And you need to figure out what yours is because that gives you direction, again, for the rest of your life. So how do we do it? What are some of the tactics? What are some of the tricks that you can use? Because I think this is one of the most important exercises you can ever do in your life. Understanding what you stand for as a human, it's not taught, in schools. It's not taught in textbooks. Most of the people who've taught you in schools, they're not happy with the direction of their life either, right? Like as you start to get older, when you're a kid and you look at your parents and adults, you feel like they got it all figured out, they have the answers, and then you realize they have no idea what they're doing. Like they're barely hanging on themselves. The teachers who taught you about, life in school, they're not happy with their own life. They haven't figured this out either. But I think it's one of the most important things that we can learn. So again, I have 2 books on it. Your One Word, Built to Serve. If you want to go deeper, those are great resources. But you start with, what are some of the things that make you come alive? Who was your favorite teacher growing up? What movies did you love growing up? What did you love about how your parents raised you? Even if you hate your parents, was there anything that you can pull out that you loved? And what you're doing is looking at, what are some of the things that tie these things together? So if you had to write, this is the exercise I do with people, okay, tell me your favorite movie and 3 words to describe it. Tell me who your favorite teacher was and 3 words to describe them. Think about your favorite teacher growing up, favorite coach, your favorite mentor. It's not because they taught you grade 8 science, right? It wasn't the material they taught you. They made you feel better as a human. They taught you how to be a better person. Why? What did they do? I was talking to a woman yesterday, coaching her through this process. We did an Instagram Live together. She's part of my Movement Makers program, and just past a year of being in the program. So we did a live together, and she wanted to go through this exercise. How do I find my one word? And her favorite teacher growing up wasn't a teacher, but was her coach. She was a track coach. And one of the things that she loved about the track coach was he would get in and do it with her. So whenever she was tired, whenever she wanted to quit, whenever she didn't feel good enough, he wouldn't just give her words, but he would do it with her. He'd say, okay, I'll do the last one with you. Race me. And he would run alongside her. So as you think about it, what was your favorite teacher growing up? Who was it and why? Write down some descriptive keywords. And what you'll find is, if you do that with who your favorite mentors are, who your favorite teachers are, what your favorite books or videos are, look at my channel, all the people we profiled, and who are the people that you resonate with the most. If you love me, what are 3 words about Evan Carmichael that you love? You love Dave Hollis. What are 3 words that describe Dave Hollis? All the good things that you love, that make you feel alive and bold and confident and serving and wanting to help. All those things are connected, but they don't feel connected. This is the problem. This is the connective tissue work that you have to do. This is where we never learn these things. The things that you love are not just random occurrences, they're connected. When you write them down, the descriptive keywords, you'll see a trend that happens between them. So for me, it's believe. My favorite movie is Seabiscuit. It's about a horse that's too small and a jockey that's too big, and a team owner that's going bankrupt, and somehow they come together, find each other, and win all of these races. And it's based off a true story. And they go and beat the well-funded, the team that has the perfect jockey and the giant horse and the tons of money, and they go and they beat those guys, right? So if I were to write down, the 3 words, believe is on there. I might say underdog, I might say inspiring, I might say believe. I would say believe. And then if I think about my favorite teacher growing up, Madame Farr taught me French, but I don't even use my French. French isn't even that valuable for the work that I do. Why do I love Madame Farr? Well, because she believed in me, because she would meet with me once a week when I was in my graduating year, and she just asked me about my life, how I was doing in school. I was introverted, I was shy. It was harder for me to make friends and feel like I fit in and belonged. And so for her, I might put belong. I would definitely put believe, and I might put something else, maybe care or compassion. In those meetings with her once a week turned me from a B and C student into a straight A student, when I didn't think that was possible for me to do it, because I'd never really gotten A's in my entire school career. So we start to look at the similarities, right? Madame Farr, believe, compassion, etc. Seabiscuit, underdog, believe, right? There's different keywords that will show up, but what's the consistent one? Believe. That's interesting. It's interesting this keeps coming up. What would happen if I built my whole life around belief? What would happen if I built my business around belief? What would happen if I created a schedule and a calendar and habits and routines that made me feel more belief? What would happen if I could spread that belief to others? What would happen if I brought on team members who loved Believe and helped spread Believe with their skills and talents? What would happen if I had my significant other believe in me, right? What would happen? How much does life change? Changes everything. Changes everything. Everything changes. Because now I'm designing a life with intent and purpose and with design, as opposed to randomly having things experienced for me, to me. Because everybody's got an agenda for your time. Everybody wants you to do certain things. And that's when you feel lost and being pulled in a million different directions. You have to figure out what you stand for. I think it's the most important thing you can do as a human. What do you stand for? What's your single most important core value? Some people get it right away from the exercises. Some people, it takes some time, and you sit on it, and it becomes more and more right or more wrong. But when you find it, and you get that compass, you get that roadmap, it's with you for the rest of your life. It makes every decision easier. It makes you live a lot more in alignment, and it makes you feel like what you're doing is important, that it matters. It gives you the confidence and the courage to do the thing that you're afraid to do, to step outside your comfort zone, to build the business and the life that you want, and ultimately to make you happy. To make you happy. And then you can spread that happiness to others and help them believe in themselves too.
Rule number 8 is chase your dreams.
The voice inside your head telling you that you can't do something is not your voice. It was put there. It was planted there. It was fertilized there by the people around you, by your parents, by your teachers, by your friends growing up, by society. It was put there. Think about it. When you were born, when you were young, I don't know what your earliest memories are, but you see kids, and everything is possible. You're like, I'm going to be an astronaut, and I'm going to be an architect at the same time. And, my goal growing up, I was going to be a baseball player, play for the Toronto Blue Jays, my hometown team, and I was going to be a police officer in the off season. So be professional baseball player. I love Kelly Gruber growing up, third baseman for the Toronto Blue Jays. And in the off season, I'm going to be a police officer because I love police officers. Everything is possible. Everything is possible to kids. And then what happens? Suddenly we start to get older and we realize that things aren't that way. And we have to be safe, and we have to be practical, and we have to be smart. And that message gets drilled into us. And it could be your parents, it could be your friends, it could be the school system, it could be the media, it could be society. There's lots of it. Think about the people who are giving you the advice. Think about the people. That's why it's so valuable. Think about the people telling you that you can't do something. And how many of those people genuinely love their life? The people telling you that you can't do something, how much of them actually love their life? Not a lot, right? They don't. What gives them the authority to tell you that you can't do it? Some people will do it out of fear. It's love, but fear, right? Maybe your mom's telling you can't do something, but she loves you, probably. She's telling you because she wants you to be happy. She's telling you because she's afraid. She's telling you because if you go off and do something that doesn't work, what's going to happen to your life? She's living from a place of insecurity, right? But it's love. And some people do it because of jealousy. They tried to live their dream. They took their shot and it didn't work out. And so now nobody else around them is allowed to succeed. Instead of going and taking a second shot, they spend their time trying to tear other people down. But either way, they're not happy. They never lived their life. They never chased after their goals. They never pursued their dreams. And now they're telling you that you can't either. Most people are not happy. Look at any survey, any study, or even just think about it. Think about the people saying no in your life. Does this person actually love their life? Probably a no. So why are we listening to them? And this is a problem because most people don't love their lives, right? And so you're surrounded by it. It's everywhere. It's in everything that you're picking up. And so it takes a conscious effort to start to shift that. And this is why so many people, when they do learn, when they do improve, when you've been on a personal development, personal growth journey, when you learn something, you want to go help the people around you, right? The first thing we want to do, the first instinct is to then bring it to the people around us, because we want the world to be better, right? So that voice is not yours. That voice was planted. The mistake is thinking that it's yours. The mistake is thinking that that insecure voice inside your head is actually you talking. It's not you talking. That voice telling you that you suck, that you can't do this, that someone like you will never make it, that's not you. That's not your real voice. That is your parents, that is your school, that is society, that is the media. That's not your voice. That's what you've been conditioned to believe. So how do we start to change it? The goal of this video is not to be, giant conspiracy theory, the world's against us, but it's possible. Like, how do you change it? How do you start to shift it? Well, we need to recognize, one, that that's not your voice. Do you believe that that's your voice? Because as long as you believe that that's you, you stay small, you stay stuck, you stay listening to it because you're telling yourself that you can't do it. So step one is to recognize that that is not actually your voice. And if you can do the deeper work to figure out, well, whose is it? Whose voice is that? Is that your parents? Is that your brothers? Is that your schools? Is that the media you're consuming? Is that, like, who is it? Whose voice is that? And why do you still care about listening to that voice? Like, that's some deeper work. But if you figure that out, it'll allow you to stop listening to it. Step two is to start to eliminate the things in your life now that make that voice louder. Maybe you're hanging around some people who you shouldn't be friends with anymore. Maybe just because you're friends with somebody in high school doesn't mean you should still be their friend now. Maybe you've grown apart and now it's time to get some new friends. Okay. Do an audit of the people that you're following on Instagram and on YouTube and any social media, and whatever you're feeding your brain with. Do an audit and think about, are these people, which voice are they empowering? There's a great story about two wolves. I'm going to paraphrase it, but there's two wolves inside you, one who wants the best for you and one who wants to grow and learn and improve and serve and share and be courageous. And the other wolf is scared and afraid and keeping you small and stuck and insecure and weak. And it goes, well, which wolf wins? Who's the wolf that ends up carrying the day? And the answer is the one that you feed. So if you feed the wolf all your insecurities and fears and doubts, then that wolf is going to win, and you will be afraid and full of insecurities and doubts. And if you feed the wolf that makes you feel bold and courageous and powerful, then you will become that too. So that process, we need to recondition ourselves by changing the environment, by being around the people who are doing the things that we want to do. So do that audit of the people you follow on YouTube and Instagram, and how much of your time, here's the test, is when you walk away from a video, when you walk away from the app that you're on, do you feel better about yourself? Do you feel bolder, more courageous, more powerful? If you're watching this video, when you watch my channel, do you feel better about yourself? Are you filled with more belief, ready to take on the day? Yes? Great. Hey, I got more videos for you. Stay tuned. No? I sincerely apologize. Because that is not the goal. But then if that is happening, then yes, unsubscribe from me and go follow some other people. And same thing for all the people you follow on Instagram. How many of those people make you feel better? Do you leave your phone feeling better about yourself, more courageous, bold, ready to start the day, or did you just waste a whole bunch of time and feel worse about yourself? Great. Those people, unfollow them. Everybody who makes you feel that way, stop following them and replace them, because I guarantee you that if you look for the light, you'll find the light. It's a good one. If you look for the light, you'll find the light. There are people on every social platform in every part of the world who are spreading kindness, spreading belief, spreading hope, spreading possibility. They exist everywhere. It's not common. It's not the default yet. That's why lack of belief, I believe, is the world's #1 problem, because it's not default yet. But there are people spreading the light. Find them. Be around them. Hang out with them. Collect them. Learn to collect good people. It'll shift everything. So you've got a really important decision to make. Do you listen to your heart? The feeling that you want to do more and serve more and help more and be more and create more? Or do you listen to that voice that's not your voice inside your head telling you all the reasons why you can't do it? It's a choice. You have to decide which wolf you're going to feed. Both wolves exist inside you. The insecure wolf and the powerful wolf. And either one could win. It'll dramatically change your life which one you feed. You just have to decide which one are you going to feed today.
Rule number 9 is live intentionally.
The difference between a great day and a mediocre one is your intention. How did you decide to show up today? Most people have no intention. Most people, you wake up, you check your phone, you're falling into other people's emergencies, other people's demands on your time, what everybody else wants for you to do today, right? Everybody's got an agenda. Everybody's got an opinion on what you should do with your life. You open your phone, there's all sorts of other people's emergencies for what you should be doing, right? Their emergencies become your priorities because you don't have intention in the day. Where when you flip it, when you start to say, no, I am going to take control of my day, take control of my life, and start to live with intention, everything starts to shift. The most important part of my morning routine is intention. Every day, here's what I do. I wake up, I am tired, I'm groggy, I'm like, forget what day it is, forget what year it is, forget who I am. I wake up, I got stuff in my eyes, I got lines on my face, I'm groggy. I don't wake up excited and like, yeah, my God, let's go. We're filming content today. I have to remind myself of what I'm doing. And as I walk to the bathroom, I'll usually put on a song. And in the morning, usually I have some oldies playing because it just makes me happy. So I'll put on some oldie and I'm going to the bathroom and I find myself just starting to dance a little bit, which is great because the motion starts to change things. If you put on songs that make you happy, that make you moving, it's gonna start to shift your entire day. And music is the fastest way to change your state. And then as I'm going to the bathroom, might be too much detail, I'll then look at my calendar. I'll look at my calendar and I'll say, how do I wanna show up? What's my intention for today? What is my intention for today for how I wanna show up for whatever's in my calendar today? And today is a Tuesday. Tuesdays are when I make videos. I don't know when this is going to be released, but what's my intention this morning? I look at my calendar. I see I've got a bunch of YouTube videos that I'm going to make today. I'm going to go with Nina and she's going to run some errands and I'm going to film from the car. And I want to make content that matters. I want to make something that matters today. I want to make something that's going to inspire somebody today. I want to make a video that touches somebody's life today. I want to make potentially the best video I've ever made today. I want to speak some truth into the camera. I want to touch somebody's soul in the content that I'm making. That's my goal for today. You think that changes how you show up? Right? It's like, as opposed to just, oh, I'm going to make some videos today. Okay, cool, let's go do that. That process doesn't have to take an hour in the morning. Right? That process is while I'm going to the bathroom, right? It takes a minute, not very long, but it shifts everything because it changes how you show up for the entire day. I've also got on the background of my cell phone, the background says, remember your intention. As a trigger, so anytime I load my phone, I can see that. In between videos, when I press stop and I'm loading the next one, I see the background of my phone again. Remember your intention. Like, yeah, what was my intention this morning? Because even if you set it up in the morning, it doesn't mean the whole day is going to be amazing. Something's going to throw you off. You come back to your intention. What was my intention today? And it works for being your business goals. It works for accomplishing your business goals. It works for your personal goals. On Saturdays is my fun day. And I'll usually plan something to do with my wife, Nina, and maybe it's a hiking trip, maybe it's we're gonna go out and try out a new restaurant. Like, it's fun. It's not chores, it's not tasks, it's not business. It's just something for us to do. So the intention showing up is different. What's my intention today? Well, my intention is to be the best husband I can be. And what does that mean? Like, not just words, but you're trying to feel it. What does that mean? I want to have a great day with Nina. I want to make her smile today. I want to make her laugh today. I want to be present today. I want to not be frustrated by some little thing that happens. I don't want to be sucked into anything on the work side. I don't want to be daydreaming about business. I want to be thinking about my life with Nina. I want to be daydreaming about where we're going to go together as a couple, right? And the words will change, but even now just saying that puts me into a different mindset. I got to bring it back. I want to make killer videos for you guys. We just don't have intention. You know, we know we want more. You know you want more. You know you want more to life. You know you want to accomplish more. You know you want to be more. You know you want to serve more. And it's a great feeling, but we don't hold on to it long enough to actually do something with. And we'll usually think of that, I want to do more, I know I'm capable of more, and use it to beat ourselves up to say, well, look, I didn't do it. I should have done it last week. I should have started last year. I was too afraid to do it. We just beat ourselves up and blame ourselves for not doing more, as opposed to using that intentionality to then create a better life for ourselves today. And it starts with today. It starts with today, like right now. The rest of today can be different if you chose to, with intention, show up. So how do we do it? How do we do it today? How do we do it ongoing? Because if you woke up with intention for the next year, holy cow, does your life look different? Step number one is create the environment of intentionality. And why that matters is because it allows it to happen on repeat, automatically, without you having to think about it. Because as soon as you move it to conscious, there's that step, there's that barrier, there's that block where when it's unconscious and automatic, you're much more likely to do it. So the environment, right? So my office, if you see my office, I got the pictures on the wall, they all mean something to me. I walk past in the morning, I walk past my mannequin I have a mannequin in my office, or on the way to the office, of me wearing the hoodie, because superheroes have mannequins of people wearing their outfits, and it fires me up, it gets me going. I have the music, right? Put music for how you want to feel, not for how you currently are feeling. If I put music for how I currently was feeling in the morning, and I'm just tired and just waking up, it'd probably be some slow, meditative, calm, birds chirping, waterfall kind of stuff, which there's nothing wrong with that, but it's not how if I ask myself, how do I want to start my day? It's not with birds chirping and waterfalls, it's with something that gets me moving. Because what I'm missing the most is fun. I'm not feeling fun and energetic in the morning. And so I need that. But when I put on The Lion Sleeps Tonight, or when I put on Run Around Sue, or I put on Respect, Aretha Franklin, when I put on, any of these oldies, I just start moving. I start dancing, start singing at the top of my lungs. And that gets me going in the morning, right? So the more you can have these habits and these triggers in the morning to get you set up, so that when you're looking at the intention of the day, you're already in the right frame of mind, okay? Because if you don't have the right mindset going in, no matter what your intention becomes, it's really hard to get it actually firing, right? Because you can tell yourself, I want to have a great day, but if all you're thinking about is how slow everything is and how crappy your life is, how you're not further ahead and how tired you are, you could say the words, but it won't land as strongly. So the environment really matters. Step two is you have to look at your calendar and see what's ahead and come into it with intention. How do you want to show up for all the things that are in your life today? What's on your calendar? And schedule things in, right? Like create a calendar that maps to your ambition. Your calendar should be a macro reflection of your intention. Your calendar is an intentional life. What's in your calendar should be a reflection of what you want out of your life. So look at your calendar. This is a great weekly exercise to do. Look at your calendar and then see what in your life, what in those spots actually will let you live the life that you want. So you say you want to be a YouTuber, you say you want to be an entrepreneur, you say you want to be a great husband or wife, you say you want, great, show me in your calendar where you have dedicated time to make that intention happen. Because if it's just a hope and it's never scheduled in, guess what? It never happens. I'm filming content today on a Tuesday because it's in my calendar, because that's part of an intentional life for me, where if I waited to get inspired to do something, I would make not a lot of content. Most of your goals are not in your calendar, and so they never get done. There's a tweetable. Most of your goals are not in your calendar, so it never gets done. So intentional life is putting things in your calendar. An intentional day is in reminding yourself in the morning of what you want to do, is how you show up. So when I'm showing up to make videos, I already explained the process that I go through. But then at night, when I'm going to have time with Nina, it's different, right? I'm not thinking about YouTube videos anymore. I'm thinking about my time with Nina. So an intentional life in your calendar, and then in the morning, an intentional day. Just look at your calendar and say, here's what I need to do today. Here's how I need to show up. Because again, if you planned your week on a Sunday and planned it all out, it looks great. You're going to wake up on a Wednesday and then forget why you set that as your goal and not show up with the same intentionality anymore. So the morning reset for intentionality matters. And then step 3 is triggers. So step 1 is having the environment and the routine. Step 2 is planning out intentionality in your life, which is your calendar and on a daily basis when you wake up. And then step 3 is the triggers to bring you back when you need to. So my biggest trigger is on my cell phone. My biggest trigger is remember your intention, so that anytime I check my phone, I see that as a reminder to myself of the person that I said I was going to be today. The other thing that really helped make it a big shift in my day-to-day life is I schedule things in 25-minute increments. So I'm doing interviews, I'm doing calls, I'm doing whatever's in my calendar is in 25 or 55-minute increments before I go to the next thing. I have a 5-minute buffer before going into the next thing. So if I'm doing interviews, Thursday is my interview day, boom, 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 25 minutes back to back to back to back to back to back. The occasional 55 minutes before the next thing. And I would do it initially just as a buffer for timing. So in case something went over, in case I had to figure out some tech gear, or in case I had to go to the washroom or whatever, I had a 5-minute break in between as a buffer. But the happy accident that came as a result of it is I use it as a little intentionality break for the next thing. So yesterday when I'm mentoring my team, if I'm talking to Jeremy for 55 minutes and then I have Alex coming up next, that 5-minute break. In the morning, it's going to be, how do I want to show up for my team? It's mentoring day. I want to show up. I want to be present. I want to guide them. I want to help them grow and learn and be inspired. I want to be the best leader I can be. I want them to come away from today inspired, motivated, ready for action, fill them with courage and belief, right? That's the morning. That sets the tone for the whole day. But in the break between Jeremy and Alex, that 5 minutes, I'll use a minute or two of it to set the intention for the next one. I just came from Jeremy, I'm going to Alex. How do I want to show up for Alex? And it may just be repeating the same thing that I came up with this morning, or there might be some nuance, there might be something different. There might be something unique about Alex that I want to remind myself of before going into that call with him. So the daily reminders of the intention, the daily triggers, 1 is a cell phone background, remember your intention. And 2 is having the break, the 5-minute break between switching tasks to set myself up for the next task and remember why I'm doing that specific one. The intention matters. You know, again, we wake up and it's so easy to fall into somebody else's plan for us. It's so easy to look at our texts or look at our emails or look at social media and feel like we're already behind and we already owe so many other people in our lives our time and we don't control our day. And you have to put up some walls around where you're spending your time. And you have to start your day with intentionality to say, this is the life that I want, and I'm doing the activities that move me towards my goals. And the more that I'm intentional, the more that I am present, the more I will actually start to accomplish those things. You have so much greatness in you. You have so much heart and so much care and so much soul and so much of a desire to do good and serve and help. And yet for some reason at the end of the week, it just didn't happen this week again. And it didn't happen again this week again. The difference is creating an intentional life for yourself and then reminding yourself daily and throughout the day of what that intention is. You don't need any more money or any more support or anything else beyond what you already have. You have everything you need to win. The only difference between now and where you could be in a year is how much are you going to show up with intentionality every day to move closer to your goals.
And rule number 10, the last one before some very special bonus clips, is slow down.
Sometimes you need to slow down to speed up. Sometimes you need to take a pause. You need to take it easy. You need to take a step back from what you have been doing to say, well, what do I want? And does this still serve me? Is this still the life that I want to be building? Am I still building something that I'm happy with or not? And this is where a lot of entrepreneurs struggle because we are very goal-oriented, right? Raise your hand if you're goal-oriented. Is that you? You've got goals. You want to go off and accomplish them. We're achievers, and achievers get their self-worth and self-value from hitting their goals and checking the things off their list and say, I did that, I accomplished that. When people ask me what my 10-year goal for myself is, I don't know. How are you supposed to know what you're going to look like in 10 years? Think about who you were 10 years ago. Do this as a quick exercise. Think of who you were 10 years ago. Who were you 10 years ago? What were your goals? What were your aspirations? What were your ambitions? What were your dreams? Could you with any certainty, with any degree of certainty, predict that you're going to be here 10 years later? If the you from 10 years ago was making a 10-year plan for yourself, is this where you would end up? Probably not. No, right? Not if you're growing, not if you're learning, not if you're improving, not if you're watching channels like this and you're investing into yourself. The idea that you would be here is crazy because a lot of the stuff didn't exist and because you've grown and learned yourself. And so there's nothing wrong with having plans. I think they're great. I think having goals speak to your ambitions, but you have to be willing to jump off course when it no longer serves you. The danger of having a 10-year goal for yourself is you're thinking small. Anybody who has 10-year goals for themselves are thinking small because you have no idea what you're capable of in a 10-year window and you have no idea how the world's going to change in the next 10 years. So if you could hit your 10-year goal, but it's tiny compared to what you could have done if you're a little more flexible, right? So you have to be willing to jump off your 10-year plan to go do something else because you're being called to it. And that's where slowing down really helps. Do you get great ideas in a shower? I get great ideas in a shower. Do you get great ideas on vacation? I get great ideas on vacation. Do you get great ideas walking through nature? One of my favorite things to do, walking through nature. When I walk through forests, just a quiet walk with the dogs, I get ideas. I get great ideas. I get great ideas on drives. I've started great businesses off of different drives. I started a business with Bo, who's an entrepreneur I invested into. Now it's a mid-six-figure business because I was going on a hike through the forest and then I was driving home and it was about an hour and a half drive and I was reflective. And for some reason, this is how it comes. This is why slowing down really matters. For some reason, I'm thinking about Bo in the car. I may not have thought about Bo for a couple months. Why am I thinking about Bo all of a sudden? All of a sudden, it just comes. I want to start a business with Bo. We're going to start an agency together where we book guests on people's shows. And now we've done that. He books some of the biggest guests in the world for my channel. He booked Mel Robbins, he booked Matthew McConaughey, he booked Deepak Chopra. He's booking all sorts of crazy guests for my channel, and he does it as a service for other people to book great guests for their shows too. And he's passionate about helping people launch their shows and get great conversations and build their brands and spread an amazing message out to the world. And so we started this business, and he quit his job, now has a mid-six-figure business doing this because I went for a walk and had a drive and then called him or sent him a message. And that's how a lot of the great things have happened to me in my life. A lot of the great ideas, the next ventures, the innovations and the breakthroughs come from slowing down. The overscheduled entrepreneur doesn't come up with great ideas. The overscheduled entrepreneur might be really efficient. If you jam-packed your calendar, you might be really, 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 really efficient, but you really reduce your effectiveness. And so life will go through these ebbs and flows, these ups and downs, and you'll have these moments where all you need to do is get work done. There's been many times where I don't need any new ideas right now. I just need to execute on what I've got in front of me. Many times. And so being efficient really, really, really matters. But when you then move to a place of, we see some friends. We move to a place of creativity where it becomes about coming up with the next invention, the next new thing, the next place that you want to go, right? Then you have to be having chunks in your time, in your calendar, that you can allow yourself that freedom. So if I look at my day, my calendar, where I spend my time, I like having one day per week to be project day. So Wednesdays for me are project day, where I have the whole day to work on whatever projects I want to work on. And then Friday I call CEO day, where I get to work on the big picture things to grow my business. And one of my favorite things to do on Fridays when it's not too super freezing outside here in Canada is go for a walk to start the day. Go for a walk, clear my head, I've got the whole day ahead of me to be the CEO of my business. And I ask the question, what does that look like? What does being the CEO look like? What's the next version of Evan Carmichael? And I often come up with fantastic ideas. Not all the time, you know, sometimes you just go for a walk and it was great to clear your head and you get some fresh air and that's all that came from it. And sometimes you get fantastic ideas because you took the time to slow down and have that in your calendar. So, a couple things. How do we start to execute and put this as part of our regular routine? Because what most people do is you wait for your life to break before you make a change. You wait for life to get so bad that something happens. Most people don't go on a diet and fix their health until they have a heart attack, right? Like you don't actually make a change until something breaks and forces you to change. But you don't have to hit rock bottom. You don't have to be in that negative a situation. You can be a little more proactive, and slowing down allows you to do it. So a couple steps. 1, put time in your calendar every week to have a little bit of reflection. Doesn't have to be a whole day like I do on Fridays, but a walk. Put a 20-minute walk, a half an hour walk. It's good. It's good anyway to get a little bit of cardio. It's good anyway to get outside and get some fresh air. But book in a half an hour walk once a week, at least somewhere in your calendar, where you're not just on your phone and you're not just stressing about what has to get done, but you have time to actually just be by yourself and watch suddenly as solutions come to you, right? So 1, put that 30-minute walk somewhere in your calendar once a week. 2, pay attention to where you don't love the things in your life anymore. Quite often there's things that we started with and we're energizing and enthusiastic about and we love doing and it was filling us up with energy and then slowly became a job. You know, I think especially as entrepreneurs, we love starting things. We love the beginning of something, right? Is that you? Hands up. Is that you? You love starting something from scratch. You love building, but then we don't love maintaining. We don't love keeping it. We don't love the ongoing work with it, right? There's a lot of entrepreneurs. And so it's me too. And so at that point, when you stop loving as much of the day-to-day grind on it, you still love the idea of it. You still love doing the high-level work around it, but you don't love doing all of the itty-bitty stuff. You either have to let that thing go or you hire somebody to help you with it, right? It's either gotten to the point, for me, it's either gotten to the point where I can now hire somebody because it's gotten to the point where it's monetizable and I'm making some money from it. Maybe not huge money, but enough to bring somebody on to help with it. Or I didn't, it failed, it's not making money, and I don't like it anymore, and so you have to drop it. And this is again where our 10-year goals let us down because we might be super excited by it. It's like, okay, in 10 years I'm gonna build this thing up. But the actual path needs to be actually 6 months in, you gotta jump off that and go do something else because you don't love it anymore. You didn't build it up big enough. So step 1 is do our 30-minute once a week walk, get some fresh air and some time for yourself. And then step 2 is think about what are some of the things, the areas in your life that you're not happy with anymore, that maybe used to bring you value, but not anymore. You don't love the process of it. And how do you start to offload it? Because part of coming up with new ideas and creativity is unloading the things that are filling up space in our head, in our calendar. And chances are there's lots of stuff that fills up space in here and space in your actual calendar that don't actually serve you anymore and maybe never did. And it's time to let them go. Either just drop them, slowly pass them on to somebody else, or hire somebody to help you with it. As you build and as you grow, you're gonna have to let go of things. There's a great example, a friend of mine who started his business. He has a hard time saying no to people. You know, is that you? I have a hard time saying no to people too. He's had a hard time saying no to people. And as his business built and grew and became more successful, the demands on his time became more and more pressing. And he had to choose, okay, where is my time gonna be spent? And some of the people that he used to spend time with, or some of the organizations that he used to donate some of his time with, he couldn't do everything. So now it's time to reprioritize. And so inside of that, he said, well, where do I want to be spending my time and with whom? And he had to let some of those organizations go. It's sad, it's hard, but he had to let some people go and let some of the organizations go because it wasn't either the most effective use of his time, or two, the most fulfilling. Like, there's nothing wrong with doing volunteer work or helping people, but it's got to feel fulfilling to you. And we're constantly playing that game. Like, where you spend your time, with whom, on what projects, is the game for the rest of your life. You're just leveling up the size, the impact, the amount of care, the amount of good that you can create. And so, again, the overscheduled entrepreneur is not very creative, is not coming up with life-changing, life-breaking decisions. So step one is to schedule in that time, to get out there, do your walks, allow some freedom for new things to come to you. And then step two is doing that audit of your life, of where things no longer serve you, of where your 10-year plan has fallen apart and needs to be fixed, so you don't wait for life to completely break on you before you decide to make a proactive change forward.
Self-confidence comes from doing difficult things. Self-confidence, self-love, self-respect, it all comes from deciding to do something difficult. Here's what happens when something hard comes up and you find a reason why you can't do it. It's too hard, it's too difficult, it's too scary. Most people will let you off the hook. The people around you will say, yeah, it's way too hard. I mean, the fact you even thought about it was crazy. You let yourself off the hook, but then you realize, I could have done it. You know, like, that's the worst feeling in the world, that you could have done something, but then you came up with an excuse as to why you can't. And that will eat you up. And even if the world lets you off the hook, recognize that they have lower standards than you. Recognize that the people who are giving you that advice and patting you on the back and saying it's okay, you don't need to do it, they don't like their life either. They're stuck. They're trapped. They're not pushing hard. They're not being aggressive for their goals. They're not tough either. And we're reinforcing that comfort loop. Every day, comfort you versus growth you are in a fight. There's a war going on inside you. Comfort you versus growth you. Comfort Evan versus growth Evan. Every day there's a fight, there's a battle, there's a war going on. And you need to decide who's going to win the fight. It's a daily thing. And the more growth you wins against comfort you, the more you start to grow, the more you start to hit your goals, the more you start to have an impact, the more you start to love yourself. Because again, even if the world would let you off the hook, you know it's just an excuse. I think most people think of it as a giant step that you have to take to build that self-confidence. It's not. I think it's much more about the daily battles with yourself that then builds up to major things. Just like you don't go to the gym and lift 400 pounds, you start by lifting 5 pounds or 10 pounds or 20 pounds or 40 pounds, whatever it is. Just, that's how you start to build the muscle. It's much more about the daily building of the muscle to show yourself who you are, much more than the one-off heroic moments. Here's an example. So yesterday we had an insane snowstorm here in Toronto. I don't know if we can, it's kind of blurry, can't see. We had, I can see some here behind me. It's like, look, you see that mountain of snow behind me? We had an insane snowstorm. We had probably the worst snowstorm in Toronto, Canada, in a decade. I have not seen this much snow in a crazy amount of time. And so I'm going for a walk, rucking. And rucking is where you carry a backpack. So I'm carrying a backpack of 20 pounds as I'm walking, doing my normal walk. And it's crazy outside. Normally, the rucking alone is hard enough, and I just increased the weight in the backpack. Now, there's no path to walk on. And this morning, I was walking through an area, and there was zero path. The snow is up to my knees, and I need to get through. So what are my options? Well, I could complain and turn around, right? Like, I could look out the window and say, it's so much snow. I'm not going to do that. I'll do it when there's less snow. You know, and then the next day there's less snow, there's still snow, and the next day there's still snow, and then all of a sudden you just give up on the habit, right? Like, you let yourself off the hook to say, I'll do it tomorrow, and then you never do it, and then the habit's gone. And that's what you're teaching yourself. This is why it leads to identity. This is why it leads to negative self-worth and negative self-confidence, because the next time you come up with an idea, you've already reinforced the training. You're training yourself that when you come up with an idea, you don't do the thing. When you say you're going to do it, and you're going to start tomorrow, and then you don't, the next time you come up with an idea, guess what? You've already reinforced the pattern. Like, I don't follow through. I'm not going to do that. I'm excited today, but tomorrow I won't follow through. So there's this snow. It's up to my knees, right? Up to my knees, and I'm 6'1", so it's some serious snow. Like, I got to walk through. Not quite that. That's probably taller than me. I don't have to walk through that much, but up to my knees. I'm looking at it, and I've got to go, I don't know, 100 meters through this thing. And initially my thought was, oh, man, why is there no path? Why has nobody shoveled this? Why has nobody snowblowed this? Like, I gotta get over there. I got a backpack on. I'm rucking. I'm sweating like crazy. I'm already exhausted. Now I gotta go through this. This is when we need to catch ourselves, right? Everybody would have let me off the hook. And another me would have let me off the hook, right? Comfort Evan would have let Growth Evan off the hook. So it's okay. Go back home, or go the long way around where there's a path. Don't go through that snow up to your knees. And as soon as I caught it, now what? Most of the time you won't catch it. Most of the time you'll do the automatic thing. And usually the automatic thing is the comfort thing. So usually play small by default. Usually you'll look outside and see the snow and not go. Just by default, not even catching the conversation with yourself. But when you catch it, this is a really important moment. What do you do? Do you do the difficult thing or do you do the comfort thing? Because when you catch it and you make a conscious choice, this is how we start to either change our identity or reinforce our identity. So I looked at it, I caught it, and I said, I'm going through. Let's go. You know, I caught the negative thinking. I caught the comfort Evan coming over, walk around, go home. Nope, not happening. We're going through. We are going through. We are going to make it through. And it was rough. Yeah, I'm walking through. I'm freezing. I'm taking one kind of giant step at a time. Snow is getting all through my boots, all down my legs. I almost slip and fall. I have a coffee that I picked up. It's dripping all over the place. And in my head, as I'm going through it, it's like, this is the best. Let's go. Let's go, Evan. You got this, man. Let's go. You do difficult things. That's the thing on repeat in my head. Combined with that, I'm also telling myself that, you know what? Not only am I doing this difficult thing for me, I'm also creating a path for other people, that the next person who comes up against this 100 meters or so, that now they will have not an easy time, but an easier time of crossing the same path so that they can get across. So it's going to service. If you're ever having a hard time getting yourself to do something, it's one, you do difficult things, remind yourself, and two, default to service, that it's not just about you, it's for other people. Now, that may not even be true. Maybe nobody ever comes across that path. Maybe I didn't make it easier for the next person. Maybe somebody comes 5 minutes after me and snow blows the whole thing, and so there was zero service. It doesn't matter. It's the story that I'm telling myself that it will serve other people that will get you to then do the difficult thing. So, in order to make it happen, there's two triggers that I use. One is language, so scary, difficult, or hard. If you say those things, if you feel those things, if you text those things, if you write those things, if you're talking to yourself and you catch those things, then you have to do it. You can no longer accept scary, difficult, or hard as reasons for you not to do the thing. Because your great life is on the other side of scary, difficult, hard. Everything you want. The business you want, the relationships you want, the health that you want, everything, your great life. If you wrote down a list of everything you want out of life, everything on that list comes on the other side of you doing scary, difficult, and hard things. Growth you. That's growth you, fighting, comfort you. So when you catch yourself saying, speaking, writing, thinking, scary, difficult, or hard, that's a trigger. It should be a trigger. It's a trigger for me. It should be a trigger for you to go and do it. Do it. Go. Walk through the giant snow. And you might be thinking, well, how does that help me with my business? It's just walking through snow and I'm going to be cold and have snow in my boots. How does that help me? It's an identity thing. Because as soon as you start to teach yourself that you're the kind of person who follows through on those scary, difficult, hard things, then the next time that shows up anywhere in your life, in your business, in your relationships, in your health, anything that actually helps you accomplish your goals, you're going to be ready to show up for it. You're going to be more likely to actually do the thing because you've been training and conditioning yourself to do the thing. That's why walking through 100 meters of snow matters. So the first is scary, difficult, hard. Those are verbal cues or thought cues. The second is the boom, boom, boom test, where your heart is beating quickly. It's like when your heart is going crazy like that, it's usually because you should be doing something. You're afraid, right? Now, don't go standing on the highway because it's scary and it makes your heart race, right? Don't be stupid. But most of the things that you're afraid of aren't actually things that are going to be life-threatening, right? They're not. Usually it's other people's opinions. Usually you're afraid of not failing, but somebody watching you fail, right? You're going to fail at something. Who's going to see you? That's what we're actually afraid of. And that cannot be a good enough reason. It can't, not anymore. If you're afraid of losing in front of somebody, if you're afraid of other people's opinions, if you are living your life based off of the expectations and judgment of other people, you will never do anything great. You will never live your great life because somebody always has a plan for what you should be doing with your life. You will never please everybody. It's not possible. You have to start to learn to please yourself. And it's not doing something just to show off and just to prove somebody wrong. I'm not a big fan of tapping into that energy. The reason to do something is not to prove somebody wrong and make somebody else look stupid. The reason to do something is because that's who you are and that's what you want to do. And so learning to do difficult things, teaching yourself step by step, brick by brick, one snow storm at a time, teaching yourself that will change your life. You deserve a better life. You deserve a great life. And that comes on the other side of you doing the things that are scary, difficult, and hard.
You are the product of the 5 people that you spend the most time with. You've heard that before, you know it's important, and the reason why it's so true is because of a concept in persuasion in that whoever is more confident wins. Whoever is more confident in their opinion on something, in their habits on something, is the one who wins and persuades and influences other people to join them, even without having to say anything. Just somebody being so confident in their own negativity, in their own world, and their own bad habits, without even telling you anything, you will naturally pick up on that thing and dive down that same negative rabbit hole with them. And that's the fight. Because if you are around people who are negative, who have the bad habits that you don't want to have anymore, it's not that it's impossible, but you're making it a lot more challenging on yourself to be able to pull yourself out of the hole. You are the result of the 5 people that you spend the most time with. So let's say you want to work out. You want to work out, you want to be healthy. This is the year, you want to lose weight, you want to be in the best shape of your life. Amazing, right? But it's a new habit, and this is the problem. At the very beginning of a new habit, if we go back to the concept of persuasion, you don't have a lot of persuasion over yourself yet. You don't have a lot of influence over yourself yet on this habit because it's so new. So it's easy to get pulled in a million different directions. You're looking for any possible reason why not to do it. And if you have a goal to go to the gym every day, or you have a goal to eat healthy today, and then you see your friends around you just diving in on Big Macs and lying on the couch and complaining and being negative, you can fight that. But at some point, that fight starts to wear down on you, and your resolve isn't strong enough yet because it's too new a habit. And so what's likely to happen is you're going to go join them because they are more confident in their negative approach than you are in the positive approach. They have such a history with the bad habit that then they influence you to go back down that negative path. I remember hanging out with a very popular YouTuber, and he was asking, well, how do I grow even to the next step? And I love how consistent you are. He's talking about my channel, how consistent I was. And when I was with him over dinner, one of the things that I struggled with is when I travel, I usually let my diet go. You know, I'm traveling, having fun. I don't have my usual routine. And so, not that I would just smash Doritos down my face, but I would just eat whatever. And he was at a restaurant with me, and he was eating really clean. He had a fish and salad and no dressing and just really, really clean. And he was waking up the next day, he was going to go for a run. Some of those habits are what I do here when I'm at home, but I don't do it when I travel. And so here he was admiring how consistent I was on making videos and having however many thousand of videos now on the channel.
And I was admiring how consistent he was in his eating healthy and his working out. Now, what would happen if we started to hang out more? If we started to hang out more and we look at those two things, the consistency on making videos and the staying healthy. On the consistency of making videos, it's just part of me now. I'm so confident in my making videos and that I have to get it done that even if he was lying on the couch all day, not that he would, but even if he was, he wouldn't negatively influence me. So I would suck him to making more videos. He would be making more videos as a result of hanging out with me. It would just naturally happen without me even saying anything to him. Because here's what would happen. He might be on the couch, he might be getting distracted, might be doing something else. I say, okay, man, I gotta go make videos. And by me going off and making videos, it will motivate him to go make more videos. I don't have to say anything. Your actions speak way louder than your words. Don't tell somebody to go do something. You want to influence and persuade them? Go do the thing. And they'll see you doing it. Now it's in their environment and it's going to suck them in. So if we hung out together, he would be more consistent on the content. On the other hand, if we hung out together consistently, I would get healthier with my travel diet. If I traveled every time with him, then we would likely eat at more healthy restaurants. He would likely be working out every morning. I would likely join him on some of those. He would just pull me towards being a healthier traveler compared to what I am now, because he is so confident in that habit that he's trying to build. And so where we struggle as entrepreneurs is we're trying to build these new habits. We're trying to pull ourselves up to a better, brighter future, better place, more proud of ourselves, but we're still stuck with the people around us who are in a negative environment, who want to stay stuck, who just complain about where they are instead of actually trying to build something better for themselves. So if that remains your friend circle in the next 5 years, it's going to be really, really challenging for you to get to the place where you want to be. Okay, well, that's great, Evan. How do I change it? I mean, I don't want to just leave my friends. I don't even know where to get new friends. How do I start this process? There are 3 big strategies I want to give you that I think will really, really, really help. First off, you don't have to go off and tell all your friends, hey, you guys suck. I'm better than you. I don't want to hang out with you anymore, right? So step 1 is just do an audit. Just do an audit of your friends. Just do an audit of the 5 people that you spend the most time with. Just think about it. In the past 2 months, who have you spent the most time with? And then how many of them make you feel better about yourself, where you leave them feeling more bold, more confident, more excited for your life, more ready to go and take on the big challenges that are ahead of you? And how many of them make you feel worse? How many of them you have to go home and have a nap? Or how many of them you just feel drained as a result of talking to them? Not that they're bad people, they're just in a lot of pain, right? Again, I don't think that there are toxic people. I just think that they're in a lot of pain. And hurt people, right? So if you're not strong enough yet to influence them, they're going to suck you down. So step 1 is to do an audit of your friends. Step 2 is to limit access to the people who are making you feel worse about yourself. Again, it doesn't mean you have to go and tell them that they suck. Just stop spending time together. As you spend less time together, you'll find that the relationship just kind of fizzles away. You don't have to have some big conversation. Just cut off access, spend less time, go out once a month instead of once a week, call them less frequently, stop doing things together. You'll just notice that as you spend less time together, you stop getting influenced so negatively. People are so afraid of breaking off a friendship because you think you have to have this really tough conversation. You don't. You just have to spend less time with them. Just look at your calendar, see how often you usually spend, and your goal for next month is to spend half the amount of time or a quarter of the amount of time that you spent with them as last month. That's it. That's step 2. It doesn't have to be some big break, doesn't have to be crazy scary, doesn't have to be overwhelming and massively painful. Step 3 is going to be to fill the void. So if you stop spending time with people, 2 things happen. 1, you get this void. It's like, well, who do I spend time with now? I have this extra time in my calendar. I've got these blocks. And the other thing is you start to feel lonely. You know, if you don't have that friend circle around you anymore, it's easy to feel lonely, which is maybe even worse than spending time with them. At least you have some kind of connection. We're settling for just okay relationships because we crave the connection, because you just want to have somebody around you because it's better to be with that person than it is to be alone. And that's the biggest fear, is that you're just going to end up alone, that you'll never find anybody, even in romantic relationships, but also in your friendships, because it can be harder as you get older to join friend circles, to make new friends. It's why a lot of people are still stuck with the same friends they had in high school and university, because they never actually went to go out and search for new friends, because it's so afraid that you're going to be stuck alone. So in that vacuum, in that void, in that hole in your calendar now, what are you going to do? Well, the goal is to now meet new people. And you don't have to treat it like it's dating, it's a relationship. You just go off to the events and the people that you feel like you might have a connection to. So I'm introverted, I'm shy, I am not a people person, I hate networking events, I hate small talk. And so how I would do it, if you're extroverted, it's super easy. Just go and go to the events and hang out and say hi and say, "Hi, I'm Evan. Good to meet you." I never go up to anybody and say, "Hi, I'm Evan. It's great to meet you. What do you do?" I never do that. So the easy way to do it is think about the clubs, the activities, and the events that are really interesting for you, that it's a lot more natural for you to have a conversation about. So if there was just a business networking meeting, I would hate that. I hate that kind of stuff where you have to explain what it is that you do and they don't really care or interested in. But finding common hobbies. So for me, I would pick entrepreneurship. I would pick League of Legends. I would pick salsa dancing, and starting into Minecraft. So maybe some Minecraft. I would pick something in those 4 areas where I could easily connect with people, that it doesn't feel like a chore to talk about, because I love that topic. As a quick example, I was on an airplane and I was flying to Brendan Burchard's event in Puerto Rico. And so I was one of 2 external speakers coming in to speak at the event. And this is his high-level mastermind. These are people who are paying $30,000 to $50,000 to be in that room. And I'm flying down there, and I'm in business class. There's only one person next to me, and he's trying to strike up a conversation, and I just don't like it. It's like, "So, where are you going?" Like, "Well, we're going to Puerto Rico." Like, where are you coming from? I'm from Toronto, and he was coming up from Vancouver. And I hate the small talk, right? I hate the small talk. And so I think he kind of noticed after a couple tries that I wasn't really interested in talking to him. I didn't mean to be rude. It doesn't fulfill me. I'd rather just be by myself and alone and focus on what I need to talk about. And so we're flying down there, and I don't really know why he's going, or what he's going for, what his business is in Puerto Rico, if he's speaking, if he's got an event, what. So we don't really talk for the rest of the way. Not anything rude, just we're in our own world. I get there and get in my taxi or Uber, whatever, and drive to the hotel where we're staying. And as I'm checking in, guess who shows up right behind me? Right next to me on the counter. The same guy that I spent all this time now just sitting next to, not talking to, on the airplane. And he said, "Hey, you're here too." It's like, and as soon as I knew that he was here for Brendan Burchard's event, it's like, "Yeah, man. Are you here too? Oh my God, what's your business?" As soon as I found out that he was an entrepreneur, it's way easier to have a connection. And so we spent a little more time there chatting, spent a couple moments over the course of the conference as well. But it's so much easier to make connections when you have a joint interest, right? If I know you're an entrepreneur, or I know you care about League of Legends or Minecraft or salsa dancing, if I know any of those things, we are instantly going to be friends and have something to talk about. But if you're just a normal human who maybe I don't know anything about, then it's a lot more difficult. So because you have this vacuum and you don't know who to connect with, and you want to feel that connection and belonging with a group, don't let that hole and that pain drag you back to the circle that you know doesn't ultimately support you. And look for the events that are exciting for you to go to, for the clubs, for the activities that you are genuinely like, "Ooh, that'd be so cool to be able to go there." And you'll end up meeting like-minded people, and that becomes your new friend circle. And when that happens, when you hold on to good people like that, you actually stop even caring that some of the people, have kind of drifted, or you've let go of at some point. Instead of spending once a month with them now, maybe it's once a year, just catching up. Or maybe you don't talk again, not again because you've had some conversation and they hate you. You've just grown apart. And the less time you spend with somebody, the more you're going to grow apart. You are the product of the 5 people that you hang out with the most. You've heard it before, you'll hear it again. When is the time to actually take the action? Do the audit of your friend circle. Do they make you feel better about yourself or worse about yourself? Stop spending as much time with the people that make you feel worse about yourself, and then fill the void, fill the vacuum with people who lift you up by going to events and clubs and activities that you genuinely care about. It's not just a strategy to make connections, but you love being there. You will meet some amazing like-minded people.
Figuring out your core values, I think, is one of the most important exercises that you can do as a human being. Like, how do you know how to live your life? How do you wake up every day and do what you want to do? How do you have any clarity on what to do next when you don't know what you stand for? When you don't know your most important core value? It's the reason why I wrote Your One Word, I don't know how many years ago. The concept is you have one most important core value. What is it? Figure it out. When you understand what it is, it'll shine a giant spotlight on your life to realize, oh, this is why I'm not happy. Like, if you are ever not happy, frustrated, stressed out, it's because there's too many things that are going on in your life that are out of congruence with your single most important core value. So if you look at mine, it's belief, right? Believe is my single most important core value. Okay, cool. So I'm happy when I'm doing things that make me feel believe, and it's something that you have for yourself, but it's also something that then you give to other people. So you're on a mission. The idea becomes, I want to spread belief for myself, and I also want to help other people believe in themselves more. Whatever you come up with as a core value is for you, is what you still need the most right now. I still need belief right now, but it's also something that we want to give to other people. Whether it's the world, if you're watching this video, it's probably world, big mission, but it could just be the closest people to you. You know, if your single most important core value is family, then you want to bring more family to your family. If your single most important core value is belonging, then you want to give belonging to everybody, to yourself. You still need to feel more belonging yourself, and you want to give that to the world or your closest friends and family. But that's the game. You have to figure out your single most important core value. If you feel like you're being pulled in 1,000 directions, that's why. You don't know what you stand for. If you feel uneasy about something or unsure about a decision, that's also why. You don't know what you stand for. And when you figure that out, it gives you the courage to take the action required. When you understand what your single most important core value is, it allows you to step into your courageous self, to step into your bold self. It gives you the permission to move forward where old you wouldn't have done it. You know, have you had those moments where you really want to do something? You're inspired, you got a great idea, it's like you want to serve, you want to help, you think this could be amazing, and then you stop yourself, you know? You stop yourself, oh, who am I can't do that, I'm not well known enough, I don't have the money, I didn't go to school for this, I don't have the connections with the parents, right? We stop ourselves. We're planning to plan and getting ready to get ready, but we never actually do the thing. Well, figuring out your core value allows you to have the courage and strength to step into who you want to be. How can my one word be believe if I'm not willing to do the things to believe in myself? Even something like this, filming on the street, this used to terrify me. I remember the first video that I made when I was walking down the street. It's probably about a decade ago. My agent challenged me to do it, and I was terrified. I was terrified that people might judge me. I was terrified that just looking foolish and looking bad. I don't know, I was just terrified, filming in public. And I remember I was filming, and I made sure that I walked down just this really quiet street where nobody would see me, and made sure I looked around and nobody was there. And I started filming, and then there was a mail woman who came by. She was delivering the mail. I didn't see her before I started filming. And so as she walked by, I was like this. Do-do-do, put the camera down, you know? It's like, I'm not doing anything. Nope, do-do-do-do-do. And then when she left, you're like, okay, back to filming. And, you know, now, I mean, how many thousands of videos later, I'm much more able to get out in front of a camera and create. But what's the thing that helps me push? What's the thing that gives me the confidence and courage to do that thing that was incredibly scary at the time? Well, belief. Hey, my one word is belief. My most important core value is belief. So I need to step into it. It's a constant reminder. It always forces you to be not the version that somebody else wants for you, but the version that you want for you. Believe is inside me. It's not that it was just given to me by somebody. You don't have to have believe as your core value either. You can figure out what yours is. But if ever you're stuck with a big decision and you're not sure what to do, and you actually know what your most important core value is, then guess what happens? It forces you to go and take some action. Because otherwise you're operating against yourself, and you don't need somebody yelling at you or telling you what you should do. You know what you should do because you have the awareness around your core value. When I wrote Your One Word, it was designed for entrepreneurs because it's about how to find your core value, but then how to build into a business. And I was surprised that a lot of the people who liked the book were not just the entrepreneurs, but the spouses and the family members of the entrepreneurs who read the book. To say, okay, they don't want to start a business, but they need this first part. Kids in school are reading the book and send me pictures and tweets as they go through the curriculum to figure out what their most important core value is. Like, can you imagine being in grade 6, 7, 8, 10 and knowing what your most important core value is and using that as a lens through which you can make decisions for the rest of your life? Man, how beautiful is that? I wish I had that. I mean, that's why we do what we do, right? That's why authors write books. That's why entrepreneurs start businesses, is we want to solve the problems that we had for ourselves, and we want to make the path a little bit easier for other people, right? That's why we do what we do. So how do you find your core value? Well, you can pick up Your One Word, you can pick up Built to Serve, but as a starting point, think about who your favorite teacher was growing up and why. Think about your favorite teacher of all time. Mine was Madame Farr, who was my teacher mentor in my last year of high school. But who was yours? Who was your favorite teacher growing up, and why? And specifically on the why, it wasn't because they taught you a certain subject. I didn't like Madame Farr because she taught me French, right? I don't even use French day to day at all. Even living in Canada, we don't use French. But she taught me to believe in myself. So there's one. What's your favorite movie of all time and why? Mine is Seabiscuit. I love Seabiscuit. It's about this horse that's way too small to win, not supposed to win, a jockey that's way too big to win and not supposed to win, an owner that has no money and is not supposed to win. It's like all this stuff that's not supposed to happen, and yet they all find each other, and somehow, miracle of miracles, they figure it out and they win a whole bunch of races. It's based off a true story. It's a belief story, at least for me. When I think about that movie, why do I love it? Well, it's about belief. Think about your parents. You know, maybe you loved your parents, maybe you hate your parents. What was the biggest lesson that you learned from them? Like, what did you love the most? Even if you didn't like your parents or didn't think they were there for you, or, you know, whatever. What did you love about them? Or if there's nothing redeemable that you can find, then what did you wish that they gave you? What do you want to give to your kids, right? Current kids or future kids. If you had to give them one lesson, what would that be? Again, mine is belief. My parents always taught me, hey, you're Evan Carmichael, you can do anything you believe that you can. So believe is a common thread through all these things. If you think about this, why does this matter? If you think about all the things that made you come alive, all the best moments in your life, all the positivity, all the happiness, all the best moments in your life, there's a common thread between them. You know, so for me, it's believe. Madame Farr, Seabiscuit, my parents, the common thread is believe. When you figure what that thread is for you, what it allows you to do is now design a life going forward with more intention. So now, instead of it happening by accident, you know, I just happened to find Madame Farr. I just happened to find Seabiscuit. It wasn't intentional. Most of us are not doing that with any level of intentionality. It's just that random things happen, and every now and then one of those random things are good, right? But now it allows you to design a life with more intentionality, to say, this is what I stand for. This is who I am at the core. These are the things that make me happy. I want to chase down the feeling of X, believe for me, right? I want to chase down that feeling of believe more. I want to be around the people who help make me believe. I want to create content and a business that inspires people to believe. I want to hire teammates, people in my business. We got 40 people now. I want to bring on people who believe in the mission, believe in spreading believe in each other, right? It's like it just gives so much more clarity and intentionality for the rest of your life. And so I think it's one of the most important exercises that you can ever do, just as a human. I don't know why we don't teach this stuff in school. You should. Because how do you operate your life without knowing what you stand for? How do you operate without knowing who you are? It seems crazy. And it's not that difficult. And you don't have to go meditate on a mountain for 5 years to figure it out. You don't have to hire a $10,000 coach to figure it out. Just ask yourself those questions. Who was your favorite teacher growing up and why? What's your favorite movie of all time and why? What did you love about your parents? Or what's the gift that you want to give your kids? The most important core value coming through those things. That'll give you a much better path and direction and clarity and strength and courage for the rest of your life.
Focus on one idea and make it work. Focus on one business model, focus on one revenue stream, focus on one social media network, and make it work. So many times we're focused on too many things, we're distracted, and our entrepreneur ADHD kicks in, and as a result, nothing happens for all the people who are telling you to have 13 different passive income streams, because if one goes away, you still have all these other 12. Most of the people who start off doing that make zero money from all of the passive income streams. You're making $10 a month, $4 a month, $7 a month, where instead if you could focus on one thing and maximize it, and make it amazing and put your energy into it, you will see exponential results. I look at social media as an example, and I just finished this training where we did the 7-day Built to Serve challenge. It was amazing, had so many awesome new thought leaders come into the program. People have got a big message, want to serve, and one of the questions I kept getting asking is, how do I be on every social media platform? How do I be everywhere? How do I get started and just blow up everywhere? It's like, you don't, right? The answer is don't try to do that. If you are the person right now who is trying to be everywhere, look at your social media accounts. Chances are you're sucking everywhere. Chances are not you suck as a human, just the results aren't there. The effort's not there, the energy's not there, because you're so forcing yourself to just get out there and create content and be on all the platforms that you also have a million other things that you have to do. And so as a result, you're creating really mediocre content that people aren't interacting with. And if people don't like what you're putting out, it's not going to lead to results for your business. And so much better. It doesn't mean that you can't be there, you know? It doesn't mean that at some point you can't be there. That as you build your brand and you get bigger and you hire a team and you have more money, that you can start to do this. But much better at the beginning is to figure out, what is the one platform? What is the one revenue stream? What is the one business model? The one thing that if I focus on that thing, it's going to lead to results, so then I can scale. Entrepreneurs have a hard time with this because we want to do so many things. We have our ADD brain going on, and we don't want to just do one thing. We also feel like it is limiting for what we want to do, right? If you have a big vision, a big mission, a giant goal for what you want to accomplish, doing just this one little piece of it feels too small. The way that I would structure it and think about it is, this is just a sequence. You still get to do everything. You still get to do it all. You just have to go in order. You have to create a sequence that the thing that you need to focus on at the beginning of your business, whether it's your revenue stream, whether it's a social media success, whatever it is, what you have to figure out is, how do I start to, as soon as possible, get a sustainable business for myself so that I can quit my job, if you have one, so that I can bring income in for myself and my family, so I can start to afford to hire a team, even if it's part-time or one person, so you can scale up your company, so that I can then go off and do all the other things. Because some of your ideas are amazing and huge and require more people and time and effort and energy, and some of the ideas can get started a lot faster. And so if you want to go and accomplish your big goal, your big dream, your big mission, then it's important to think about the sequence of things, that instead of doing everything all at once, and as a result, all of the results being mediocre, focus on the one thing that if you push that lever, you really maximize that thing, you could start to make more money, you could start to have more impact, you can start to have more reach, you can start to see more success, that then allows you to bring on more people to help you build and scale. For me, we've got 37 people on the team now, and I can do so much more, you know, because we got team, than if it was just me by myself doing everything. And so in building my mission, I want to solve the world's biggest problem, right? People don't believe in themselves enough. And so in building that up, I need people, I need help, I need support, I need team, I need a lot more than what I've got right now. But in being able to build a business that can bring in money, then I can afford to hire a team that helps me accomplish a lot more things and take on a lot more projects. But if I was at the very beginning of what I was doing right now, I would not be doing most of the things that I'm doing right now. I'd still be accomplishing and going after the same mission, but I'd have to pick one thing to focus on. Pick the one thing at the beginning that I think I could make some money doing this, so that I can live, I can pay, rent, mortgage, I can pay my internet bills, I can pay for some food, not living, a fancy life, but just being able to live and survive so I don't have to have a job. And then I would start thinking, okay, how do I then scale this one thing that I'm working on to build up to the point where I can remove myself, or at least take some of the pieces off, so that I can hire a team to help build and scale and grow. If I look back on my YouTube journey here, I did everything at the beginning. I filmed it, I researched it, I edited it, I did all of it. And it took a crazy amount of time, and I made a lot of mistakes, and I did a lot of stuff that I probably shouldn't have done. And just by focusing on that thing and making content and creating videos, it then allowed me to make a little bit of money that then I could hire my first part-time editor, that then turned into a full-time editor, that turned into a second editor and a research person, that turned into someone helping with the thumbnails and the graphics. And it continues to build up and scale. But everything I was doing myself in a mediocre way, but getting it done, to then be able to scale out a team. And so most people are just stuck doing too many things. You're stuck, look at what you're doing on a day-to-day basis. Look at your calendar. You have a limited amount of time, right? You have a limited amount of time. There's only so much you can do in a day, in a week. You have other responsibilities. Maybe you have a job. Maybe you have family, kids, health that you have to look after. There's a certain amount of time that you have that you can dedicate to this thing. That time needs to go into the right efforts. And again, it's great to have that big mission and big goal and big dream. But if you have a limited amount of time every day or every week, and you are trying to create 13 passive income streams with that limited amount of time, no one of the streams ever gets enough energy, enough effort, enough of your mind space, enough of your creativity, enough of your love to ever become anything. And so you're diversifying way too quickly. You're diversifying way too soon. And apply that for anything that you're working on. Apply that to your business and the opportunities that you're chasing, the partnerships that you're looking at, the things that you're saying yes to, the social media networks that you're trying to be on. Do yourself a favor. Don't try to be everywhere. Not yet, right? Just understand there's a sequence to things. And you can make it so much easier for yourself to have more impact, to make more money, to have a bigger influence, to be more proud of yourself, to start getting more success and more results and more momentum. So much easier if you just sequence it out, so that you don't have to do everything all at once. You don't have to feel the handcuffs and the restriction of saying, well, I don't want to do this one thing for the rest of my life. This is where it gets, entrepreneur ADE kicks in, right? And we don't want to be locked in. I don't want to do the same thing forever. Well, you won't do it forever. That's not the point. The point is not to do this one thing forever. That if you took these 10 opportunities in front of you, you could do all 10. You could do all 10. Just not all 10 at the same time. Because if you do all 10 at the same time, none of them are going to work out. And often it's a smaller opportunity that can pay you more quickly, that can start to build the momentum for you. So if you have your list of your 10 opportunities in front of you, 10 things that you could do, great. Look at what order should I go in so that I can start making money and start building momentum. One last quick example. I look at a lot of thought leaders, a lot of people who have a message, a lot of people want to be speakers and authors and coaches and influencers, and they've got big goals and big ambitions for what they want to create. When I'm helping someone like that, usually the first option is coaching. The best thing to do at the beginning is coaching. So we're going to dive into one specific business model, right? If you can look at, let's say, be a speaker, getting brand deals as an influencer, writing a book, and coaching. If we had those are 4 opportunities in front of you, right? Let's say. So what did I say? Being a speaker, getting paid to speak, getting paid to do brand deals, getting paid to be an author and selling books, even selling courses, your own materials and training and etc. and coaching. Those are 4 or 5 different business models that you can go through. Perfect. At the beginning, which one is the best? What should you focus on? It should be coaching. Why? People don't like the idea of coaching because you're trading your time for money, right? I don't want to trade my time for money. Okay. Well, what are you doing right now? You're at a job, because if you're at a job, you're trading your time for money. If you have unlimited time to figure stuff out and you have a giant bank account, then you could do something different. But if you need to start to make money to build this thing up, then yes, you're trading your time for money, but it's a faster path to get you out of your job and into your business full time, where everything else takes a lot more time. Speaking takes an incredible amount of time. If you want to be a paid speaker and get paid enough that it's actually meaningful, it takes a lot of time for you to get good at the skill, as well as for you to build up momentum and a name in the industry. You have to do a lot of free speaking gigs before you ever get paid to do it. So if you have a horizon of years, awesome. But I'd rather you start getting paid immediately while we work on the speaking career. You want to be an author and get paid to have a book? Cool. You can go and self-publish a book right now if you wanted to. You can get it out. You'll make, you can sell it to your friends and family, your audience. You'll make a few bucks, but it's not going to be anything meaningful. To get a paid deal or to have a significant, even if you're going self-publishing, to make a lot of money off your book, you have to have a big audience. To get the deal with a publisher, they want you to have at least 100,000 followers. That's like your starting point to get in. So is that achievable? Of course. But now we're looking at years as a horizon, as opposed to like this has to happen right away. So you're not getting paid right now off of your book. So if you're sitting there thinking, writing a book, creating a great manuscript, creating a great how-to guide, it's not going to be the thing that helps get you any kind of money anytime soon. And I want you to get paid, because most people quit too soon on their ideas, or they're trying to do a million different things at once, right? If you're trying to create a course, same thing. You have to build up enough momentum. You spend so much time making a course, creating the content, filming videos, or writing instruction manuals, or creating the PDFs, or whatever your course structure is. It takes so long to make the course, and then you have to go and market the course, and people don't know who you are yet. You don't have a brand yet. So could it work? Absolutely. Will it pay you more than coaching? Yes, absolutely. Most likely. It's way more easy to leverage that than coaching. But again, the timeline is so long, and most people quit too soon on it. Where if you were coaching, you can make money right away. As long as you have something that can actually help people, right? If you're good at what you do, you know how to solve somebody's problem, you can make money as a coach right away. And yes, you're trading your time for money, but it's better than having a job. And it also gets you closer to your customers. At the very beginning, I'm a much bigger fan of selling a service than a product, because it gets you closer to your customers. You get to know their problems, you know their issues, you know what exactly they're struggling with, and you can help them solve it, which allows you to create a better book, a better course, a better product, because you've worked with enough people through the problem. And so most entrepreneurs fall into the category, I want to do all of it. Great, I want to be a speaker, I want to be an author, I want to create my course, I want to create my book, I want to be a coach, I want to do all of it. Awesome. You have a limited amount of time every week. To work on all 5 of those things at the same time means there's very little progress. If that's you and you've been writing your book, how long have you been writing your book for? Like, when is it going to come out? What year? How many speaking gigs have you done in the past 3 months? Right? How much time has gone into your course? It's like we start and stop because we're tackling so many different things, because you want to do it all and you want to have income streams coming in like crazy. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's amazing. But there's a sequence. There's an order that if you can, as soon as possible, inside of your purpose, start to make money, start to build momentum, start to be able to bring on team to help you, it's so much easier. You can go so much further. You can go so much faster. You can have so much less stress. You can have such a big impact that you just need to focus. You just need to focus. It's all possible. Your big dreams are possible. Go in order, figure out the sequence that will start to get you paid, and focus.
The number one rule for success is you have to love what you do. You have to love the process of the thing that you are doing. I've studied more successful people than most people, and the work that I've done on my YouTube channel, my website before that, that's been 20 years. When did I start doing this? It was 20 22 when I started teaching how you can model success for your own success, right? That was through my website, and I'm 41 and a half now. So almost 20 years of doing this, 20 years of studying the most successful people and trying to dissect their lessons and bring them out for you to enjoy. And the number one rule that I found over and over and over and over and over again, the people who achieve at the highest levels, whether you're an entrepreneur, you're an inventor, you're an athlete, you are a musician, you are an artist, the number one rule is that you love the thing, the actual thing, not just the results of what you get, not just accomplishing the gold medal or getting the thing that's on your dream board, getting that house or getting that car, not that. The actual work, so that it doesn't feel like work. You know, there's that old expression of find something you love and you never work a day in your life. And it's really true. I look at my calendar and I see what I've got to do every day. I've got to make videos. It doesn't feel like work. You know, I don't look at this like, how lucky am I to be able to make videos in the car, and that's my work day, right? A lot of people would step into my life and hate this. Great. I mean, I would step into a lot of people's lives and hate that too. That's the challenge. When you're stepping into somebody else's life, or you're helping somebody else build their dream, and you don't actually like the process of what you're doing, you're not going to be happy, first of all, and you're not going to be successful either. You're always going to know that you're capable of more, doing something bigger, something better, and as long as you're stuck with your foot on the brake, you're going to know you're capable of more and just being too afraid to go chase down that potential. So the number one rule for success is you have to love what you're doing. I was doing a presentation yesterday at Brendan Burchard's Influencer Summit, and it's probably the biggest event every year for people who want to become influencers, thought leaders, experts, get their message out to the world. You know, my kind of people. You got a message, you want to share it with the world, let's go. I'm trying to solve the world's biggest problem, and I can't reach everybody, but you can. Like, you can reach people that I can't reach with your message. And so I love being able to try to help spread the techniques, the strategies, the motivation as well, the belief that you have a powerful voice and getting that out there to the world. So yesterday, I'm doing my 1 hour talk with Brendan, and I shared my graphic of my growth over the years, and it was really slow growth at the beginning, very little results. 60 subscribers or whatever to 100 subscribers. You know, I'm on year 5 and I'm still in the 4 figures of subscribers. And it took a long time for me to get out of my own way. It took a long time for me to get comfortable in front of the camera. It took a long time for me to feel like my story meant anything, had any kind of value. I'm like, why do you want to learn from me when you could learn from Oprah or Elon Musk or Bill Gates or whoever the person is? It took a long time. And I've done now, I don't know how many thousands of videos. We're over 10,000 videos that we've made. And so somebody asked him, well, like, how do you keep going? How did you keep going when you had no results at the beginning, when you weren't becoming famous or you weren't getting a lot of feedback or recognition? And how did you make so many videos so consistently, right? If you average that out, that's over 1,000 videos a year. How did we make over 1,000 videos a year? It sounds crazy just thinking about that. That's 3 videos a day, every day for 12 years. That's pretty crazy. How do you maintain that level of consistency and not burn out, where some people are burning out after 6 months of being on YouTube? Well, I love what I did, right? I always focused on who I was serving instead of who I wasn't, because the who you're not serving game never ends. You know, if my main channel has 3 million subscribers, why doesn't it have 4 or 5 or 7 or 10 or 40, right? That game is never ending. But if you focus on who you are serving, who you are helping, who is paying attention, who is valuing from the products, services, content you're creating, it makes you feel better. Because focus on who you're not serving puts you in a position of lack, right? Of like, you're not good enough, people don't care, and it starts to take a knock on your self-worth. But when you focus on who you're actually helping and serving, and that somebody got value from your message today, your product, your service today, it gives you extra motivation to keep going. Like, how do you persevere? It's because you feel like you're doing something that matters. If you woke up and felt like today didn't matter, you're not likely to stay very consistent, right? It's like if nobody's gonna watch, nobody's gonna care, nobody's gonna buy my thing, well, what reason do you have to get up and go work on that thing? You're probably gonna quit. But when you feel like it matters, even if it's to one person, that what you're gonna make today will matter, will mean something to even just one person. If you actually felt that, you're gonna show up completely differently than if you felt like it didn't matter. So I always focus on who I was serving instead of who I wasn't. And then the second part to that was I actually enjoy the process of doing it. You know, so when I see filming day on my calendar or when I see interview day on my calendar, it's not work. It's not like, oh, okay, I got to go to work and then I'm going to have fun afterwards. When I get asked that on podcast, how many hours do you work? Or how do you stay so consistent on the content? I respond with, well, I'm here talking to you on your show. Is this work for you? Because it's not work for me. This is fun for me. It might be considered work, I guess, it's my business. It's part of business time, but it doesn't feel like work. The days fly by because I'm enjoying the actual work of what's going on. I enjoy the process. And I think that's the key. And when you find the people who have had tremendous success, you'll find that they actually enjoy the thing that they're doing and that the days fly by. And it's a good sign when it's not, you know, like if your day is not flying by, if you're stuck and you're struggling doing something, chances are that's the wrong thing for you. That's the thing that you need to give up on as soon as possible. And maybe that means you need to quit on the whole business. Like if the whole business is giving nothing but stress and problems and you don't want to go in and you don't want to work on it anymore, maybe you picked the wrong business. Maybe you did what most people do, is they pick an opportunity just because they think it's a hot business, because it's a trending industry to be in for this year. But if you don't actually ever like the thing, you're going to quit on it, and you should quit on it so you can go find something that you actually love, right? So if you pick the business just for the opportunity, because you think you're going to make a quick buck, you're going to hate your life. Get out of it ASAP. Or it might mean there's just little bits inside the business that you don't want to do. And maybe you have to do it, and you have to do it for now until you can afford to hire someone to do it. Or maybe it just doesn't have to get done. You know, maybe that's not required. You know, there's some things that have to get done that you might not enjoy, right? Filing taxes. Most people don't enjoy filing taxes. Most entrepreneurs that I've met do not enjoy filing taxes as a part of their business. But if you don't want to be in trouble with the government, then you have to file your taxes. You know, it's an important part of being an entrepreneur. And so maybe at the beginning you do it yourself, but as quickly as you can, you want to hand that off to somebody else to do. Let them do it because they love it and they're great at it. And it allows you more time, but also just mental energy, because it's not just about the hours worked. When you are working on something that you do not enjoy doing at all, that 2 hours feels like 20 hours. Can you relate? You know, like doing 2 hours of work that you hate feels like it took an entire week to do of mental energy, versus when you're actually having fun doing it and it doesn't feel like work, you could keep going and you're producing so much and time just seems to fly by. So use that negative time as a filter. So when you feel that way, that you're not happy, you look at your calendar and you're not happy about what's coming up, that's a great time for the awareness to shift. Something needs to shift. If you look at your calendar, you can do this homework right now. Look at your calendar, see what's coming up in the next 2 weeks. Is it exciting for you? Are you pumped to go do it? Or are you dreading it or apathetic towards it? Like you could take it or you could leave it. And if there's nothing that's exciting in your calendar, nothing that scares you in your calendar in a good way, like it's growth opportunity, then you need to add something in. And if you're constantly dreading or hating the stuff that is in your calendar, you need to get out of that, because you will never win doing work that you hate. People say that, you know, do whatever it takes. You won't. Not consistently, not for a sustained period of time. You could do anything in a short amount of time, but over years, decades, you won't. You won't stay consistent on doing something that you hate. You'll never win because you're going up against people who love it. Whatever market you're in, if you don't love it, and it's just a strategy for you, and somebody else, your competition, loves it, they live it, they eat it, they breathe it, they bleed it, they love it. That's them. And for you, it's just a strategy. and you hate it, who do you think is going to win in the long term? It's not going to be you. But meanwhile, there is something you could dive into that you could love. The actual work, not just the results, but the actual work. And you have to find it. I've studied so many successful people over the almost 20 years now, 19 and a half years of doing this. And the reason why I went to non-entrepreneurs as well was because it's all the same lessons. That success in athletics and success in music and success in art and success in every field, it still comes down to you need to love the process, love the work. And if that's you and you love what you're doing, you have to keep going and find a way to make it work, or you'll regret giving up on it. And if you're the opposite and you hate what you're doing and you think it's good strategy, the best strategy is to get out and go find something that you love, because that's where you will win.
Everything in your life changes when you learn to tie your self-worth to your effort instead of the results. Most people tie their self-worth to the results, to winning. You only feel good about yourself when you win. If that's how you think, then you're screwed. Because that person only takes on projects that you know you have a pretty high chance of winning at. And therefore you play small for life. The key is to tie your self-worth to the effort, to trying. And if you do that well, you'll win beyond your wildest imaginations. So let's use me as an example. Look at this video right here, this video. 2 minutes before getting on and making this video, I'm nervous. I'm scared. I don't want to do it. I'm trying to find a reason why I don't have to do this video. Now why? I've done 6,000 of these videos. Do I not love it anymore? No, that's not it. I love doing it. So why am I afraid? Who cares? I've done 6,000. The answer is because I don't want to make it the same way that I've done the past 6,000. I want to push harder. I want to push and do something new. If I was just doing what I've already done, then it'd be easy. Right? If you're doing the same thing over and over and over again, it becomes easy, but then you get bored. You start to hate your life. You start realizing that everything is just a photocopy over and over and over and over and over again. And so, how do I push through? I put this pressure on myself to say this video right now has to be the best video that I've ever made. That's my intention going in to every time I'm filming. Most days I don't accomplish it. When you're trying something new and scary and bigger and bolder, most of the time you won't get it. You fail a lot. But I tie my self-worth, my respect, to the effort I'm trying. And every now and then, you'll make a bit of a breakthrough. You get a bit of a win. And then those accumulate. And then you get another one, and another win, and another win. And so the answer isn't have a big goal and then find a reason why you can't do it. The answer isn't dream big and then convince yourself of some logical excuse for why you're not going to take action. The answer is to push through. The answer is you're scared and you're going to do it anyway. The answer for me is I'm going to make another video. I'm going to try and push myself harder. And I think that's what achievers do, because achievers are failing more than you. Because most days I get up and fail. Most days I'm just failing. It's another failure, another failure, another failure. But the more you fail, the more you're eventually going to win. I'm going to get massive results. Because you tie your self-worth to your ability to get up and try again, and try again, and try again, and pat yourself on the back for the effort you're putting in, not just when you're winning. So how do you do it? I'm going to give you a 3-step process that I think will help. Step number 1 is what I call the pillow test. This is my actual pillow that when I'm in Toronto, I sleep on every single night. And the pillow test is make yourself proud before you hit your head on the pillow. Right? Before you go to sleep tonight, before your head hits your pillow, you ask yourself, am I proud of my effort today? Not how much did I win? Not did I get the results I was looking for? Not did I get my 1 million views or close that big sale? Are you proud of your effort? Are you proud of your effort? Can you put your head on your pillow tonight and say, man, I am proud of the effort that I put in? That's the test. That's the test for tonight. That's your test for tomorrow night, and the night after that, and the night after that, and the night after that. And the more that you get a yes, to say, yeah, heck yeah, I'm proud of my effort. You do that, you watch your business explode. Step number 2 is expect to suck at the start. Anytime you're trying something new, expect to suck. Don't expect to just try something new and it's amazing. This is where a lot of people fall down. You've had some success, you're at a certain level, you're gonna try something new. Before you go up, you're probably gonna go down. That's part of the experimentation process. It doesn't mean you suck as a human, it just means that you don't have the skill sets, the talents yet. You're trying something new. I haven't brought props in on my videos before. That was a new test. I expect it to suck. Maybe on an off chance it works. Amazing, I learned from it. But when you're trying something, it's brand new, you don't have the confidence in it yet, you're still figuring out the path, expect to suck. When you put so much of your worth into expecting to be great the first time out, here's what happens. You try one thing, you record one video, you watch it back, say, man, that sucked, and then you never make a video again. Meanwhile, if you just kept doing it, you would eventually be awesome. You would eventually crush it. Go back and watch my first videos. Go back to my main channel. Go back to the beginning, see where I started. I've kept them all up so you can see the journey, the progress of how much I sucked at the very beginning. It took me 350 videos until I wasn't embarrassed by my content. I was so embarrassed I couldn't watch it back. 350 videos, but I kept going. The problem is people are quitting on things too soon. You quit on something too soon because you're not getting immediate results. Expect to suck. It doesn't mean that you suck as a human. It just means you don't have the skills yet. How do you get the skills? By practicing. And number 3 is ask yourself, what would the most bold version of you do? I got this question when I was talking to my video guy, Danny, who came to me with a really important personal problem in his life at the time. And I said, what would the most bold version of you do? It just came out. Man, I love that. And anytime he doesn't know what to do, he asks himself that question, what would the most bold version of me do? It's a great question because it allows you to push through a lot of your fears, a lot of your insecurities, to force yourself to be bold. And you want to be bold. You're meant to be bold. You're meant to create amazing, wonderful things. You want that big vision of yours to come true. You are bold. You are courageous. But we don't live in that land very often. And so if you ask that question, what would the most bold version of you do today? What it does is wash away a lot of those fears and insecurities and gives you the answer that you're actually looking for.
I'm super introverted and shy, and that's why it took me so long to get going on YouTube, because I don't like the camera. Like, I don't come alive on the camera.
Yeah.
And the biggest fight I would get into, I have an agent in New York named Steve, who he helped Grant Cardone blow up and Mel Robbins blow up and a bunch of thought leaders. And he's like, Evan, you need to be famous. Like, I don't want to be famous, dude. And that was our biggest fight for years.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until he either said it in a certain way, or maybe I just finally wasn't, being a dummy and like could receive it. Where he said, well, the more people know you, the more people will get the message.
Yeah.
And for me, it's always message and impact driven first, more than my face being somewhere. And so once I realized that, like, oh, okay, so the more people know me, the more people will hear my message, which sounds basic, but I for the first 5 years, I didn't understand that.
Yeah.
And so I'm great at like 2 things. And apart from that, I know nothing about everything else. And so luckily, I guess in some of our circles, I have a knowledge on something that people care about.
Yeah.
When I went to that group, it's like, well, what am I gonna? I teach believe. It's what I'm.
And your book.
It's the whole mission that I'm on. And like, I'm gonna teach Anthony Trucks to believe in himself more, or like Brendan Bouchard to believe in himself. Like, why am I here?
Yeah. Yeah, we do believe.
But
in
I realized,
ourselves.
like the YouTube side, and to the point of the candor, which you said graciously in the beginning, it's what achievers appreciate.
Yeah.
I think for people at the very beginning of their journey, most people, they need just the encouragement and the pat on the back and the high five and like, you can do this.
Yeah.
and get going and create. And just the fact that they made a video or they called that person, like, that's a huge win. The fact that they took any kind of action. And so most of what I do is just cheerleading and encouragement, because that's what they're missing, is just momentum.
Yeah.
For the achievers though, it's like, you don't need me to say, hey, Trucks, like, you posted a video, great job, man. Yeah. No, it's like, okay, that's cool. But you're like, okay, where does it suck? How do I improve it? And you were asking some questions too. It's like, okay, like, be honest, tell me, like, rip it apart, shred it, tell me everywhere it sucks. And so the achievers want more of the push, because they don't need the pat on the back. They're like, how do I get better?
Yeah.
You can change the negative patterns that are running your life. The patterns that you think are impossible to break, that have been with you for life, that will be with you for the rest of your life, you can break them. It starts with a decision. And if you don't want to still be in 20 years living by that same negative pattern that is holding you back, I think this video will help. Most of what we do is subconscious. Most of what we do is beneath the surface. Most of what we do is what we've been conditioned to do and the patterns that we've seen. And if you're watching this, you're likely an adult, and we've been running the same pattern programming for a number of years, if not decades. And it can be really difficult to be able to switch that pattern. But I'm going to give you a formula today that I think will really help, and one that I'm applying myself as well in my life. So step one is even just acknowledging that the pattern exists and that you want to make a change. What is the habit? What is the negative loop that's in your mind? What is the thing that you don't want to still be thinking in the next year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? What is that thing? One of the things that I'm working on is moving to a space of great things happen to me. I had a great video coaching session with Beth Hendel, and my big aha moment that came from there was I believe in the plan. So whenever I am thinking of something, I make a plan, and then I execute the plan, and I do the plan, and I follow the plan. And when I don't believe in the plan, then I create a new plan, then I believe in that plan, and that's the thing that gets me going. So I'm very plan, schedule, calendar oriented. That gives me my security, that gives me my identity. And so as long as I have a plan, easy peasy, let's go. We're waking up, we're making videos because it's in the plan. But then what happens on the rare days, maybe once a month, where I don't believe in the plan anymore. I don't think the plan is good enough to get to where I want to go. And I can't make a new plan. I don't know what the next plan should be. What I have done so that I don't get lost and spiral down into negative thinking, into maybe not depression, but anxiety and stress and overwhelm that I don't know what to do next. You ever been faced with that? Like, I don't know what to do next? My plan has been, see, I'm using the words, just to tell myself great things happen to me. This is what I've done. It's been my coping mechanism. The way out of the stress and the anxiety and not knowing what to do next is me telling myself great things happen to me. And what Beth challenged me to do, and the big insight that came from it, was living not in the identity of the plan, but living in the great things happen to me. So now I'm trying to shift my identity from being the guy who believes in the plan to being the guy who believes that great things happen to me. That instead of using great things happen to me just as a coping mechanism on my worst days, the once a month days when I really don't believe that I'm getting closer to my goals or I'm never going to hit them, and flipping that to being the default mode. That's really hard. I was not born the plan guy. It took me decades. I'm 42 coming up in May. I'm 42, and it took me decades to become the plan guy. 2 decades to become the plan guy. And now I'm not getting rid of the plan guy. Thank you, plan guy. You got me here. I appreciate you, pat on the back. I still need you. Please stay with me on this journey. But I want to be the guy who believes that great things are coming. Because at the end of the day, all your great things, all your great ideas, all your great breakthroughs usually don't come as a result of the plan. It's maybe a byproduct of the plan, but not a direct result of the plan. Because the plan only is something that exists right now. It's what I've talked about, making decisions with your head versus your heart. Big decisions with your heart and small with the head. The head only understands the world that currently exists, where your heart can create something brand new. And so I want to be in the brand new. I want to create something that hasn't been done before. And so you can't plan for something that hasn't been done before. And you need to have some faith that great things will happen. And so that's a long way of me saying that I am trying to become the guy who believes that great things happen to me as a default state. I believe that. When I say that, when I create video and I say that on camera, or when I'm talking, I believe that. I believe the great things come to me. If I keep going, if I keep making, if I keep sharing, if I lead with my heart, if I tap into what I feel is the right thing to do, even if it doesn't make sense, I believe that great things will happen. And I've seen enough of that happen over my life and career that I believe it. And if you're not quite there yet, just look for some small wins. That when you have helped, when you have shared, when you have created from the heart, you've gotten some small wins. And if you keep going, you can have slightly bigger ones, and medium-sized wins, and then large wins, and then gigantic wins. You just keep going. So how do I shift? And we're working through this in real time. I'm not sharing a story that is, 20 years old, like I sometimes might do, the foundation story. So how do I shift? How do I shift from being the plan guy to the great things will happen to me guy? I think it could be a useful mini case study for you if there's something that you want to work on, that you want to improve at. You're tired of telling yourself a different story and you want to shift it. So here's what I'm doing. First off is trigger words, right? So if I say plan, that's a trigger word. Plan, ooh, plan, here's my plan. Like, oof, plan, I said it again. Not that it's bad, right? For yours, it might be bad. It might be a critical, you telling yourself that you're stupid or that you can't, right? Can't could be another a trigger word, or hard is another trigger word. The fact that you're not gonna do something because it's hard, that's a trigger word, right? So what are the trigger words that you tell yourself as to why you can't do something, or that keep you locked in your negative patterns? What are those trigger words that anytime you catch it, you say it, you feel it, you tell somebody else it, that like, oh, there it is again, I'm noticing it. You can tell the people in your life, your family, your friends, your spouse, the people on your team, you can tell them, hey, if I ever say this word, I want you to call me out on it. So you can have people kind of support you through this journey as well. Number two is you try to design in a conscious way, applying it in your life consistently. So the next thing I did as soon as I got off that coaching call with Beth was I told my wife, and I said, hey, great things happened to us. I told her what happened, and great things happened to us. Great things happened to us. Great things happened to us. And I honestly must say that at least 40 times a day. Great things happen to me, talking to myself, or great things happen to us. If you want, you can set it as an alarm in your phone. You could put it as the background on your computer screen. You can put it as a sticky note on the bathroom mirror or the door. I have an email that I sent myself that I didn't delete out of my inbox. So I always see it in my inbox every day when I'm checking my email. I check my email once a day, and it's always the last email that I check because I never remove it from my inbox. And it says, this is your great things happen to reminder. This is your great things happen to you reminder. Every time it's like, oh, that's right, great things happen to me. Because that's still not, it's nowhere close to being my default, but I'm working towards becoming that person. So it's the decision to do it, and then with intention, putting things into your calendar so that it happens. So again, maybe you're setting an alarm on your phone, maybe you're putting the picture up on your wall, you're telling your friends and the people around you, and you're finding a way to repeat it, to repeat it, to repeat it, to repeat it. And I'm not judging myself as to, I need to get this done next week. I just want to make a little bit of progress every day. Beth team reached out and wanted to do a round 2 of coaching. And I said, I'm still, thank you, it's amazing. I'm still working on the last thing, The great things happen to me shift in mindset is something that I'm working through, and it's incredibly powerful, and I don't think I need any help for anything else yet. I'm still working through this thing. This week has been a really challenging week for Nina and myself as well. We ran our Build to Serve challenge, which was crazy. When we first did it, the idea that was pitched to me was 7 days, 45 minutes to an hour each day, and we ended up going the 7 days in 3 to 4 hours each day, which I didn't budget for, but it was amazing, helping thought leaders and speakers and coaches and entrepreneurs, authors. Just the energy and the vibe and the love was so amazing that it took up an incredible amount of time. At the same time, we just bought a brand new house, which is super exciting, and so selling this place, and so I had to move my office. You might notice it's a different background than usual. I guess I could have done it in my car, but I'm not in my usual studio, my office, because we have a makeshift office while we get our place ready to list today. So we're packing and moving and switching all the artwork and all of that stuff while running a challenge. Yesterday, I hit the side of a curb that had a boulder, and it punctured my tire, and not just like giant hole in my tire. So, okay, we have to go and get the car fixed on top of everything else, which is why I can't film in the car like I normally do, because I don't have a car right now because it's being fixed because I blew out the tire, and just issue over issue over issue. And my niece was with us yesterday, and she made a comment to my wife, Nina, about how calm we were through everything. Like, okay, well, the car tire got blown out. That completely changes how we spend the rest of today now. Instead of doing these errands and taking people here and all of this stuff, on Nina's birthday, by the way, it's like, okay, well, here's what we need to do now. Okay, we got to get it fixed. We got to figure out how to solve these other problems, and let's go. And my niece was blown away, but how we weren't arguing or fighting or yelling or super stressed. Just, okay, let's solve the problem and keep moving on with our day. Why? Because great things happen to us. Great things happen to us. And that's, when something negative going on, even if it doesn't feel real, it'll be something that Nina and I will laugh over. Great things happen to us. Oh, that happened? Okay, great. Great thing. You know what? Great things happen to us. We will figure out a way through this. Great things happen to us. And in that ongoing conditioning, the more that it's around us, the more that I say it, I believe it a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. And I guess you could call it affirmations. I never really connected to affirmations that much because it felt, if I was saying something that I didn't believe in, that it wouldn't work for me. And because I already believed that it wouldn't work for me, then I've already set myself up for failure from the beginning. I think the key thing is, if you want to be able to change that mindset, you want to change the habit loop, you have to find something that you actually, on your best days, believe. There's a kernel of truth in there, right? If you're 400 pounds and you say, I'm skinny, I'm skinny, I'm skinny, I think a lot of, in your head, you say, well, that's BS, I'm not skinny. And then you don't, there's no even kernel of truth to it, so then you never do the actions to help you get there. Where on your best days, what do you believe about yourself? On your best days, how do you handle problems? So when I say great things happen to me, I believe it. I actually believe that wasn't something that was given to me. That wasn't something that somebody once told me. That wasn't somebody that a coach told me that, hey, you have to use this now as your mantra. I believe it. On my best days, I believe it. I believe it. I can tap into that, and I believe it. There's a kernel of truth to it. And I want to make that kernel, grow into something much, 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 much bigger. So homework would be to think about, on your best days, what do you believe about yourself? What's the specific language, the specific words that you would say to yourself to encourage yourself, or you're looking back and you're proud of yourself? On your best days, what do you believe about yourself? And then finding a way to make that a daily part of your life, so that when the negative things come, you can tell yourself this as a reminder, and it starts to shift everything for you.
You have to decide whether you are going to live an intentional or accidental life. Do you want to live an intentional or accidental life? Most of the world lives an accidental life. Most of the world, they wake up. What do you do when you first wake up? Check your phone, right? You set some alarm because you have to drive to some job that you hate. You check your phone, and immediately there's all the crisis out there, all the expectations on you, all of the fears and judgments, all of the tasks that other people have set for you. You wake up like an accident and start living according to other people's demands for your time. You've already lost complete control of your day. What if, though, you swapped it and said, I want to live a more intentional life? What does it even look like? What does an intentional life look like? Well, I think it starts with a value. If you were to think about what is your most important core value, what would you come up with? Right? I've written 2 books on it. Your one word, Built to Serve, back there. You can figure it out. Mine is believe. I want to spread more believe in the world. What is your most important core value that you want to organize your day around? Instead of responding to other people's emergencies and losing complete control of your day, how about we organize with intention for how we want to show up today? Okay, well, that sounds great. So how do you do it? Well, I'm going to give you a couple tips that I use in my life that I think can be valuable for you. Number 1, your morning routine is so critical. You've heard it over and over and over and over again from multiple people. Morning routine, morning routine, morning routine. What's the difference between a incredibly powerful morning routine that allows you to be supernatural and do the things that are beyond your comfort zone and are not by default in you yet, versus just a regular morning routine? The difference is the feeling. This is what most achievers miss. Okay? Most of the world doesn't have a morning routine with intent. Most of the world wakes up, falls into their day, responds to other people's emergencies, hate their life, hate their day, look back on the week that just happened. If you ever felt like you've put so much work into this week, right? You look at the end of the week, I worked so hard this week, but I got nothing done. You ever feel that way? Why? Because you're responding to other people's emergencies instead of actually doing the thing with intention that you should be doing. Okay? So the purpose for achievers of a morning routine is to get the feeling. The goal is not just to wake up and do your workout or do your meditation or do your prayer or whatever the thing is that's on your list, right? We're great as achievers at checking off the boxes, right? Check, 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 check. I did it. Awesome. Pat yourself on the back. You feel good for checking off the box. But if you do not feel bold, powerful, confident, courageous, belief in yourself to start your day and have a great day, then your morning routine is not working for you. More important than the task you get done is how you feel about yourself and ready to start the day. Some people, what they need to do is actually tweak their morning routine. And some people, what they need to do is, this is more likely the case, you actually have a good morning routine, you're just not doing it with the right focus and intention because you say that you're going to watch a video to get inspired. Great, perfect. But while you're watching a video, you're brushing your teeth and you're making your lunch and you're preparing your coffee and you're doing a million other things. So you can check the box to say, yep, watch the video, but you didn't get the feeling. And so it doesn't count. You need to feel bold, courageous, powerful, belief in self, ready to start the day and have an amazing one, or you have to go back and fix your morning routine or do it again. Starting your day to have intention, to do crazy, new, amazing, big things. It begins with a powerful morning routine, okay? Number 2, look at your calendar and think about how do you want to show up today? The most important part of my morning routine, I'll wake up, I put on some music. Usually the first thing I play in the morning is oldies. Play some really, I don't know, the oldies just get me going in the morning. Any song that kind of gets you moving, gets you flowing, gets you out of your state, because we all wake up kind of tired, lines on your face, etc., right? But then what song can you put on? Because it's the fastest way to change your state. And then I look at my calendar. I look at my calendar and ask myself, how do I want to show up for today? Instead of having a bucket list, I think your bucket list is your excuse list. Things that one day you're going to get done. Forget that. I'm getting stuff done today. You're getting stuff done today. Your bucket list should be in your calendar. You're working towards actually achieving things. And so look at your calendar for today. Look at your calendar for the next week. How do you want to show up? So this morning, I wake up, I put on my oldies, and I'm looking at my calendar. And this is a Tuesday for today, and I'm filming YouTube videos on Tuesday. Tuesday is a day that I film my content. So how do I want to show up? I want to show up present. I want to show up and make some of the best videos I've ever made. I may not achieve that objective, but it's my goal. It's my intention to show up. It's less important like, did you get the result today, and more like, are you proud of the effort that you showed up today? I don't want to focus on team. I don't want to focus on emergencies in my email. I don't want to focus on social media. I don't want to delay and procrastinate. I want to get content out for you guys. Believe Nation, let's go. I want to show up even though I'm just standing on my trampoline alone by myself in my office. I want this message to reach millions of people. That's the intention. That's when I wake up, I got my oldies playing, and then I'm looking at my calendar and say, this is how I want to show up. Most days, I don't remember what day it is when I wake up. I had no idea that today was a Tuesday when I woke up. I put on my oldies, I look at the intention, ready to go. That does not have to take a long time. This doesn't have to be a 2-hour morning routine. You could be great at it. You're just not going through the actual exercise to ask yourself, how do I want to show up today? So look at your calendar. It's a good exercise. Think of what's coming up in your calendar today, what's coming up for the rest of the day before you go to sleep. How do you want to show up? How do you want to show up in your business or at your work? How do you want to show up for the people that you work with? How do you want to show up for your family? How do you want to show up? Because when you set that morning routine, right? Step 1, create a powerful morning routine that makes you feel bold, confident, powerful, alive, belief in self. And 2, as a part of that, having the intention for how you want to show up. Imagine if every day for the next year, you did just those 2 things. Powerful morning routine that makes you feel bold, powerful, courageous, right? And 2, you set an intention every morning of how you want to live today. Whether you achieve it perfectly or not, but you did that every morning. Imagine how much different your life is 1 year from today, just by doing those 2 things. It's transformative. And then step number 3 is in between the activities during the day, remember your intention. I have a background on my cell phone. It says, remember your intention. So anytime I look at my cell phone, it's remember my intention. Remember your intention. Remember your intention. What was my intention this morning? Belief. I want to spread more. I want to make amazing YouTube content, amazing videos for you guys. Believe Nation. Remember the intention, because no matter what happened in the morning, you might forget it. Come noon, come 2 o'clock, come 4 o'clock, come 6 o'clock. You need the reminder of your intention. So I have it on my cell phone background. The other thing that I do is I will book things in 25 or 55-minute increments. So if I'm filming blocks of content, if I'm doing meetings with people, if I'm doing training events or seminars, there's always a 5-minute break from when I stop one activity to when I start the next activity. And one reason for that is just to make sure if there's any technical issues or one thing runs late or etc. I have a little bit of a buffer. But the more important issue is that it allows me that little window to reset the intention for the next thing. So especially if you're switching tasks, you're coming home from work and you're going home and you're gonna see your spouse, you're gonna see your kids, or you're switching from one meeting to a next, you're switching from a meeting to making a video, or switching from video to writing your book. You're switching between tasks. Give yourself a little 5-minute window to just remember the intention again. It totally changes how you show up as a human. If you are going from work to home, even if that's my studio here is in my home, right? Even if I'm going from here to outside the door, if I give myself a 5-minute break in between activities, from stopping filming to then going and hanging out with my wife, and I ask myself, remember your intention. What was your intention for today? Okay, belief. How do I bring that to Nina? How do I bring that to my relationship? Even though I've just made all these videos and my head's going a mile a minute and I'm so excited for all the content that we're producing and making and launching, amazing. How do I now show up for my relationship? Just that 5 minutes, it doesn't even have to take 5 minutes, but just asking the question resets the priorities, takes you off of living on autopilot and living in intention. It changes how I show up to when I'm gonna go out and hang out with Nina. So do those things. Your life will dramatically change. Powerful morning routine. Set your intention every morning and then have little breaks to remind yourself of what that intention was throughout the day. Whether it's your cell phone background, whether it's 5-minute breaks in between switching tasks. If you can decide that you want to stop living an accidental life, stop living a reactionary life based off of other people's priorities for your time, controlling your agenda, put up a little bit of defenses and walls to say, no, this is my time. This is my life. I'm going to start living it with intention. You do that, everything changes. I promise you.
80% of our inner dialogue is negative, and 95% of those thoughts are the same thoughts that we had yesterday. That's what Beth Handel taught me. She's Gary Vee's life coach. We had an awesome session together, and it really hit home. Imagine that 80% of the thoughts that you've got, 80% are negative. We are beating ourselves up. We are telling ourselves that we can't do things. It's not even our friends and family, the people around us telling us that we suck. It's us, it's ourselves. We tell ourselves we're not good enough, we can't do this, we're not strong enough, smart enough, we're from the wrong country, we look the wrong way, you know, we're too young, we're too old, whatever it is. 80% of our thoughts are negative. And then 95% of those negative thoughts are the exact same negative thoughts that we had yesterday. It's no wonder why we stay small. It's no wonder why we stay stuck, because we've created this reinforcing loop of negativity. This is why I think the world's biggest problem is lack of belief. You know, I'm on a mission every day, wake up, try to make content, try to spread the message to help people believe in themselves more. I think lack of belief is the single biggest problem in the world. And I also believe that everybody has Michael Jordan level genius at something. Like, you are the greatest. You're the greatest in the world at something. And it's not what you went to school for, and it's not what your parents did for a living, probably. It's something completely different. And you have to have the courage to go off and chase it and find it and do it, because the woman who solves cancer should have already solved it by now, but she never believed in herself enough to go to medical school. And now she's a manager in an accounting firm, and she doesn't like her life, right? I mean, this is where most of us are stuck. Most people wake up and they drive to a job that we don't like. Most people are stuck and barely hanging on and do not like their life and feel like they're not contributing, they're not making any kind of difference, they're not doing anything meaningful or impactful at all in the world. That's most people. Like, imagine waking up and that's your daily reality. That may be you. Or that may have been who you were, and you're still discovering and trying to improve and get better. But if 80% of those thoughts that come through your head, conscious or unconscious, are negative, I think a lot of conscious thoughts are negative too. Not just the subconscious, the conscious thoughts are negative. You telling yourself that you can't do something and you're not good enough. And then 95% are the same as yesterday, that we've just created this loop, this negative thinking loop. So how do we break it? How do we break free? How do we solve that problem? Well, that's the billion-dollar question, and that's what I wake up every day trying to fix. And I can give you a couple things that I've worked on and I've found helpful and hopefully helps move the needle. They don't have all the answers, but some of these might help. The first one is to change your environment. The environment makes such a huge difference for who you are and your daily habits and what you believe about yourself. And the environment is not just the people who are around you, although that definitely helps. You know, if you've got negative friends or family around you, you want to eliminate them completely or spend a lot less time with them, because it's really, really, really hard to have a beautiful plant grow when it's just, you know, toxic waste being poured on top of them. Doable, but really, really, really difficult. And so changing that can really help. And one of the best ways I found to do it is content. It's content. It's why I make so much content for these channels, that hopefully you wake up today and there's a piece of content there waiting for you, whether it's me or showcasing somebody else. Across all my channels, we're making multiple pieces of content every single day to try to hit it in the right way. Maybe today's message with the right voice is the one that makes a difference for you. And if you can shift the amount of entertainment you're doing, or just shutting off the world, some of the content that you consume just helps you shut off the world and escape, versus educational content that helps you learn, improve, get better, and solve the problem, right? Entertainment is let's forget about the problem and just laugh at something else. Education is let's learn to actually fix the problem that is happening in our life, right? I want to lean in on that a lot more. It doesn't mean that entertainment doesn't exist in your life. It's not only education, but if you can shift the needle towards education, to be around the people who inspire you, even if you've never met them, it can really move the needle for your inner dialogue and your self-confidence. So the thing that saved me in my first business in doing this was modeling Bill Gates from Microsoft. When I quit on my business partner, I struggled. I didn't know, I felt worthless. Nothing was working. I was working every day and just no results. And in looking at Bill Gates' story, that changed my life. It saved my business. It allowed me to keep going, because now I had a little bit of hope that, if Bill Gates could do it, maybe I could too. And the more you surround yourself with those people, the more you'll feel like you can do it too. So do an audit. How many people in your life, the actual humans that you know, and also just the people that you subscribe to, that you follow, how many of them make you feel better about yourself? And for too many people, it's not enough. It's look at who you follow on YouTube, look at who you subscribe to, look at who you're connecting with on Instagram. If you're loading your phone and you're going through Instagram or you're watching YouTube videos, how many times have you gone through it and all of a sudden an hour has gone by and you were mindlessly watching videos, or even worse, made you feel worse about yourself? You ever felt that? You watch a video and then you feel worse about yourself afterwards, or you're following somebody and it makes you feel worse about yourself? You have a choice to unfollow those people. This is not Instagram's fault or YouTube's fault. You can take accountability here. You have a choice to unfollow those people, and then a choice to follow the people who make you feel better about yourself. That's my aim with all these videos. I want to leave you with strategies, but also more belief in yourself at the end of every video. And if I do that, awesome. You want more belief in your life? Come back. Another shot of espresso tomorrow morning. We're here. And if I don't do that, cool. Thank you for giving it a shot. And don't quit on that. Go find somebody else who gives you the motivation, inspiration that you need. And so you can make a conscious choice, because it's so easy to stay stuck. It's so easy to stay small. It's so easy to be the one that pours into other people and not have anybody pour into us. And you need to make a conscious choice to raise your environment, to change your environment. And it doesn't mean you have to go move to a different country or move to a fancier house or anything else. You start by just changing who you associate with, even at a mass scale, right? I've learned a lot from Steve Jobs. I've been inspired by Oprah Winfrey. My favorite entrepreneur of all time is A.P. Giannini, who started Bank of America. These are people who I've never met, you know, and in the case of Jobs and Giannini, I never, will meet because they've passed. But I've been inspired by them, and they've made me better, and they've taught me, and I've learned from them, and they've inspired me, and I get courage from them because I've consumed their content. And you can do that too. It's just being intentional about it, so that when you raise your environment, you raise your life. The second thing is try not to do it alone. It's really hard to go after a goal, to change your mindset, to accomplish big things when you're doing it all by yourself. This is why a lot of people quit, because you might have one amazing day, or you watch the right video, or you have the right experience, and it's like, damn, I want it. This is the life I want. You ever had that, right? Like, this is the life that I want. This is who I want to be. This is where I could go. You have a glimpse of a potential future that you could be. It's like, I want that. And you actually feel in your heart that you can be that. You can accomplish that, right? Has that happened to you? And then what happens? The next day you wake up and it's kind of gone. And then the next day it's completely gone. And then you're back to your old life and the limiting beliefs and the habits. And you gain back the 20 pounds. And like, how did I end up back here? I thought I fixed this, right? Has that ever happened to you? A lot of it is because you're doing it alone. And this took me a long time to figure out. As an introverted person, as a shy person, as somebody who doesn't like asking for help, as someone who's afraid of disappointing people, being a part of a community it just sounds super scary to me. We just did our 7-day challenge for Built to Serve, and a bunch of people joined Movement Makers. We had almost 100 people join Movement Makers at the end of it. And it's people who want to be thought leaders and want to be speakers and authors and coaches and course creators and membership creators and all of this stuff. It's a big impact to spread your message. And I was giving people a lot of not just encouragement, but respect. Like, the people who ended up joining, I just had incredible respect for, because I wouldn't have done it. If I go back to 19-year-old Evan, when I started my first business, I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have had the courage to do it. I wouldn't have joined the group. We had people sharing their videos, like, tell us about your who, your why, your how. It's this methodology from the book, but make a video, sharing your purpose and your biggest pain of all time, and some of these, kind of deep things that you have to record and share. And I mean, it was optional. Not everybody did it, but in doing that, for a lot of people, it was their first video that they've ever done. For a lot of people, it was the first time they've even shared their story to anybody. They were sharing things in the group that they hadn't told their spouse, or their family, or their best friend. And now they're making a video in their car sharing their story. And you see them become liberated. You see them start super scared and afraid and unsure and fixing their hair and, apologizing for the lighting not being good, and then being in the car and not knowing what they're doing, to then just seeing the transformation of somebody going through the cocoon, being a caterpillar and turning into a butterfly and sharing their story for the first time. And I was in awe, because I couldn't imagine me doing that at 19 when I started my first business. I was too afraid to join a community. I was too afraid of being judged. I was too afraid of being not good enough. And that kept me small. It kept my growth really slow. Fortunately, I kept going. If you've seen my chart on my website, where I show how much I've grown every year, over year, over year, over year, where I've been took 5 years to get to 7,000 subscribers or something like that. And I just kept going. And the one thing that I've got was just tenacity and drive, and I will just keep going in the face of adversity. But I made it just incredibly hard on myself, being alone, not being open to sharing with my friends what I was struggling with, and never joining a community. So I think that can really help you. You know, I think trying to go and change your mindset and accomplish big things that nobody around you has done yet. And there are some days that you feel incredibly inspired and motivated and powerful. It's like, yeah, I can do this. But you're probably not living there most of the time. What if you did? Or what if you lived kind of close to that most of the time? And point number one of raising your environment can definitely help. But point number two is just don't try to do it alone. Even if it's one person. You don't have to join Movement Makers, you don't have to join a group, but even just one person who you can talk to, who you can connect with, who you can, share your stories with, not just complain to, not talk about how hard everything is and just have somebody to vent to, but somebody who supports you. If you had a group of people who supported you, where you felt welcome, where you felt like you weren't alone on this journey, where you felt like people understood you and were actually genuinely cheering you on to go, become the person that you want to be, everything changes. So raise your environment, get a community, and watch your impact happen.
Great ideas flow through you. Teach yourself to learn, to understand, to feel that great ideas flow through you. That when you are feeling bold, powerful, courageous, ambitious, an idea comes to you, that is the right, perfect idea for you right now. And don't let your head talk you down from doing it. I think most of us live small. I think we're constantly living small. We're so concerned about our friends telling us that our ideas suck. It's us. It's ourselves. It's you telling yourself that your idea sucks, that you can never do that. We feel great one day. This is the entrepreneur roller coaster, right? You feel great one day. Oh my God, this is such a great idea. I could go do this. This is amazing. And maybe you start taking some action on it. But then what immediately happens is your head starts taking over. Say, well, you can't do that because you don't have the school, the education, the parents, the connections. You live in the wrong country. You're the wrong gender, race, etc. And then it stops. Meanwhile, dummies are winning off of your idea. With less heart, with less drive, with less ambition, with less of a desire to do good, they're winning off of your idea because they went off and did something while you are stuck overthinking your idea. This is what we do. This is what entrepreneurs, especially the heart-centered ones, do. Stuck constantly overanalyzing, overthinking, and stuck in the mud instead of actually creating. And the way to go through it is to trust in your ideas. If you're concerned that that's too egotistical, like, oh, I'm so great, I got these great ideas, great, take yourself out of the equation. Trust that the idea came from somewhere and it was given to you. And it's your responsibility to birth it into life. It's not even your idea, it was given to you. And then go off and create. One of the things that has really helped me achieve speed and momentum is I've learned to not judge the ideas that come to me. I've just said, you know what, because I came up with this idea, now I have to go do something about it. And sometimes it turns into the next great thing, and sometimes it goes nowhere. That's okay, right? The first top 10 video I ever made on my channel was on Kanye West, and he's behind me on the wall. There he is, Kanye West. Because my friend made a blog post about Kanye that was in a negative light, and so I wanted to make it positive, say, hey, you can learn from him. And so I made a top 10 video on Kanye West just to show my friend. I had other things planned today, shut that all down just to make this one video, just to show my friend. With no plan of, this is gonna be my next big idea, right? People say, well, how did you know? I didn't know. I got an idea and I did something about it. I'm not that smart to be able to project 10 years forward and say, here's where the world is going, right? Maybe I can leave that to Elon Musk. I'm not that smart. But it came to me, so I did it. And it turned into something amazing. I've had other ideas that I started and they didn't go anywhere. Either the idea wasn't good enough or more likely, my energy just kind of faded from it. And so I stopped doing it, but at least I gave it a shot.
All of these ideas that you've got, you don't know which one's going to work out. They could all be, practically speaking, great ideas. What's the best idea for you? I don't know. You don't know either until you start to try it by taking immediate action on it. You have to trust in your ideas, that they came to you for a reason and you're supposed to do something about them. So how do we start doing it? How do you start taking the action? How do you start getting unstuck in your head of all the stuff that holds us back from actually creating? Let me give you some steps. Step number 1, idea to action. Take your brain out of the equation. There's a phrase that when you're in your head, you're dead. Like as soon as you start overthinking something, it's over. You came up with the idea, you're going to do something about it. When? Today. You came with the idea, so you're going to do something about it. When? Today. Right now. What's your next idea? What are you thinking of right now? Go do something about it. Immediate action. Because you came up with the idea, therefore you must go do the thing. That's the training you want to give yourself. Doesn't mean you have to go and do some big thing, but you have to get started. Immediate momentum. You want to start a YouTube channel. Great. You pull out your phone and you make a video. Doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what the lighting is. Don't worry about the sound. Don't worry about having a fancy microphone or a fancy camera. You pull out your phone, you press record, and you say you're starting a channel, and you post that first video. Okay? But then it's going to suck. Great. Which leads to point number 2. Expect to suck at the beginning. Why do you expect to be great out of the gate? You will not be great out of the gate. Doesn't mean that you suck as a human. Just means that your product sucks. But it's your first attempt. That's okay. When you try anything, you fall. When you get on a bicycle, you didn't just ride, right? You get a skateboard, you didn't just go. You're going to suck. That's okay. That's the learning process. You're going to learn a lot more and get better a lot quicker by actually trying, where we're stuck in learning and researching and planning, and then nothing that ends up getting created. You are wasting your best energy on planning. This is what most people do. This is what happens almost all the time. You come with an idea, you think it's a great idea. Oh my gosh, it's such a great idea. Great. You spend the next day or until you go to sleep planning, researching, preparing. And then you wake up tomorrow and say, I can't do that. That's crazy. That idea I had yesterday is crazy. I can't do that. Who did I think I was to be able to do that? You spent your best energy, your most confident energy, your most bold energy on doing the wrong thing, planning instead of making. Planning is important, but it's not the first thing you should do. The first thing you do is take some kind of action, some kind of immediate momentum, some kind of commitment, especially to somebody else, that you're going to do something. So if you want to start a YouTube channel, you take out your phone and say, hi, I'm going to start my YouTube channel. I don't know what I'm going to make content of. I'm really nervous, but I've been putting this off for 5 years and I'm tired of putting things off. So I don't know, join my journey and let's see how it goes. Great. Post. And as you start making, you're going to get better at it. Your first thing is supposed to suck. If you're going to get started, you're going to start making YouTube videos as an example, and your first video is amazing, then you actually suck. Then you waited too long. Your first version of whatever you do should be terrible. That's okay. So step 1 is listen to the ideas. Trust the ideas. They are right for you because they came to you. You got to do something about it. Take immediate action. And then step number 2 is expect to suck. Reduce the burden of expectation on yourself that you have to be great from the start. As kids, we do this, right? We start, we try, we fail, we laugh, ha ha ha. And as adults, all of a sudden, we're afraid to do anything. And what you do is just slide into more of your comfort zone and more of your comfort zone, more of your comfort zone, more of your comfort zone, and then realize, why do I hate my life so much? Because you're doing the same thing every day because you're afraid to branch out a little bit. Just expect to suck. Reduce that burden that you have to be amazing. And if you keep practicing, you keep loving it, you keep building it, guess what? You're going to get great at it. It doesn't have to take a decade. There's hacks, there's shortcuts. Model success, you'll get there faster, but you still have to do the journey. And step 1 of the journey is the most important step and is also the most painful step, that it's going to suck. Amazing. Every time you suck at something at the start, pat yourself on the back. You did a good job. Step number 3, and this is just the caveat, is pay attention to your energy when you come up with ideas, okay? I'm assuming you're in a positive, bold, ambitious, confident, courageous state. When you are feeling a positive emotion, the ideas that flow through you are the right ideas for you. However, when you're feeling negative, low, you're feeling judgmental, you're feeling anger, you're feeling depression, you're feeling rage, you're upset that somebody else is having success. When you're in a negative mindset, the ideas that come to you are not the ones for you. Those are the ones to sit on, right? Like, I'm gonna show her, I'm gonna do this thing to him, I'm gonna get my revenge by doing that. Okay, those are the ideas to sit on. And it's funny because those are the ideas we usually act on. The spontaneous ideas that come to you that are negative, you're more likely to act on than the spontaneous ones that come to you that are positive. You're more likely to send that nasty text or leave that negative review or do that negative thing instead of the positive one. And so if you're in a negative state of mind, that's when it's worth waiting till tomorrow. You know, if tomorrow you think it's the right call, okay, then let's think about it. But not in the moment. Don't do the negative ones in the moment. But if it's positive, if you just came back from a seminar, or you're watching this video, or you're around amazing humans and you get these great ideas, those are the ones that you need to take some immediate action on. You have amazing ideas. You have a heart and a soul that wants to serve, that wants to help, that wants to contribute, that wants to not just fill your pockets and fill your bank account, but also contribute and help other people. You know you've got something much bigger inside you. But it does not come out unless you start to listen to those ideas and start to do something about them. So the next time an idea comes to you, maybe you got one right now, maybe something's flowing through you right now, learn to trust that idea. Tell yourself that great ideas flow through you, that you need to take some immediate action on it, and that it's gonna suck at the beginning, and that's the best, and that's how you learn. Because if you kept doing that, do that for 3 months, do that for 6 months, do that for 12 months. The amount of amazing things you're gonna help create for yourself, for your family, for your community, for the world is gonna be just outstanding. And I can't wait to see what you end up making.
So I have a slightly different take on meditation, and if you've been struggling with meditation in your life, this might help. I first off believe in the power of meditation. I believe the science, I believe all the studies, and I used to judge myself and feel really bad about it because I felt like I couldn't meditate. I would sit there on the couch or on the pillow or on the bed or lie down, and I never felt anything when I was meditated. I could sit and I could be present, and I could do it, and I could sit there for 20 minutes and it felt like 20 minutes, but I never felt any different. I think that was where it started to shift for me, is not that I didn't feel anything in the moment, but I never felt any different coming out. And I've meditated with some of the best meditation teachers on the planet, and it's never really led to an impact for me in the moment or afterwards or sustained. And I, again, would judge myself really harshly, like, hey, I want to make this work. How do I make this work? I believe in the science. Let's go and make it work. What I've distilled it down to is into two parts. One is a lot of meditation, and a lot of benefits I believe from meditation are really just about being present and being mindful. And that is something that I can do a lot more naturally than maybe most people, and I don't find a lot of benefit in it because I'm more there than not. So I'm 85% present, 15% future focused, and 0% past focused. When you are thinking about the past, it's usually in a really negative way. Sometimes we look backwards and to the past, and it's gratitude and remembering great memories and looking at all the great things we've done. But for the most part, when you look backwards, it's negative. It's regrets. It's I wish I did this, or why did that person do that to me, or I wish I had said something different. We're looking negatively on our past, mostly through the lens of regret and what you did or what other people did. And when you're looking forward, entrepreneurs love looking forward and the vision and the building and what you can create and all the amazing things. But a lot of looking forward is also uncertainty and stress and anxiety in what may happen and what could happen and what might happen if X happens, and just we're stuck in these negative loops. A lot of the backwards thinking is negative through the lens of regret, and a lot of the forward thinking is negative through the lens of anxiety, stress, and worry. And so that's where, hey, if you're present-minded, you're going to be a lot happier. You're going to be a lot more focused, right? If you're just thinking about what you should have done or what might happen to you, you're not actually able to be productive and get stuff out right now in the present. And so the job becomes, how do I stay present? And I think a lot of that is accomplished through meditation for most people. If you're in a state of stress, thinking about the regret of the past or anxiety about the future, I think meditation can be incredibly helpful to help you get back to present, even just focusing on your breath, breathe in, breathe out. Even something as simple as that can help calm you down and get you back to the present moment, which then allows you to be able to be productive, solve the problem, be happy, because you're being more present. So for me, that's actually quite easy. I'm in the present a lot more than anywhere else. And I used to think it as a negative. A friend of mine used to make fun of me for having a bad memory. It's like, you have such a bad memory. It's like, and I later realized I don't have a bad memory. I one, remember what's important to me, but two, I'm not living in the past. Like I don't care about what happened. I'm looking at right now, today. I don't know what day it is. I don't know what day it is. I don't know. I know it's 2022 when recording this. I'd have to think about what month it is. I don't know what I'm doing after recording this video. I don't know what I did yesterday. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow, let alone once I press stop on this video. I am here with you. This is my entire attention, is making this video right now. That's it. This is the present moment for me. And what I've discovered is this is meditation. At least the portion of it where you're getting back to present moment. If that's one of the main benefits of meditation, then this is meditation for me. I'm only in the present moment right now, being here, talking with you guys, and that's it. And I realize that most of my life is lived like that. Yes, I love planning for where I'm going to go, but most of my time isn't spent in planning. It's in executing, in doing. And I have to look at my calendar to see what I'm doing tomorrow or what I'm doing. When somebody asks me on a Wednesday, what's your weekend going to look like? Weekend? I don't even know what I'm doing in the next hour, let alone what I'm doing this weekend. And when people ask me on a Monday, how was your weekend? It's like, I don't know. That was yesterday. That was 2 days ago. I got stuff to do right now. I'm working on my life right now. And not just work, even just enjoying, even just life, even just me spending time with my wife or my son or on a trip. It's like, let's enjoy this moment where we're at right now. And so if that's you, I would introduce the idea of, hey, that's a different perspective shift. Like maybe you are meditating right now and you might be overjudging yourself, because if you're in the present, that's one of the biggest benefits. One of my favorite things to do every morning is I go on a believe walk. And I found when a lot of people would say, oh, I get my best ideas when I'm meditating, I get creative breakthroughs when I'm meditating. Part of that I believe is, hey, you've unblocked yourself from the past and the future, the regrets of the past, the stress of the future, to get back to present, which then calms you down to then actually be more creative and solve the problem. I found I wasn't really getting answers. I wasn't getting solutions. I wasn't being very creative, sitting down, lying down, and having my body be still, where I get a lot more of my energy and creativity and ideas when I'm moving. So I get a lot of ideas when I'm walking. So I do a believe walk every morning, which is 30 to 60 minutes. I'll take the dogs out and then I'll go for a walk, usually to Tim Hortons, grab myself a coffee, Canadian coffee brand here, and no agenda. Just think about what am I doing today? You know, what day is it? What do I want to accomplish today? Take in some fresh air, get a fresh perspective. And the act of moving, I find, gets my creativity flowing a lot more. I get ideas in the shower, you know, when I'm moving. Have you got ideas in the shower? I think that's meditation. Maybe it's a different version of it or a different definition of it, but I think that's meditation, where you can calm down, when you can focus on present, and you get some great ideas that come. I'm selling my place. We just bought a new house. We're selling this place, and the studio looks a little different. Normally I'm filming in my car because we're running some errands, or my regular studio. And to get this place ready to sell, you know, we wanted to have a place that everybody could connect to. And so what my agent did was make an office in a different room, and I'm sitting down, and I have not sat down for 2 years. I don't know when the last time I sat down to actually work. And you might even notice me, I'm shuffling around a little bit. I like to move. Normally I'm on a trampoline and I'm bouncing 20 to 40,000 times a day. And I got that because I would find that when I did phone calls, I would much rather stand up and walk around the office than just sit down. And so I'm a lot more creative and have a lot more energy when I'm moving. And maybe that movement in my energy creates movement in, you know, brain energy and capacity and thinking and creativity as well. But all of that is my form of meditation. And so anytime that I would challenge you to at least consider the fact that anytime that you're present, anytime that you are focused on something, that you can consider that part of the benefits of meditation. The second part of meditation that I haven't fully connected to yet and I don't have a solution for yet is when you access theta waves. And that's basically when you're bouncing between conscious and subconscious and where you feel like time flies. So for me, when I sit down or lie down doing a meditation, if it's 20 minutes, it feels like 20 minutes. And I don't think I'm hitting any theta levels. I can sit there and be present and focus on my breath, or, you know, I've chewed a cookie for half an hour or an hour and never swallowed it. You know, like the focus and the presence I can do, but it still feels like it's 20 minutes or half an hour or an hour. I've never had I sat down for an hour and, it felt like I was only out for 5 minutes. I get that more through the work that I'm doing. I get that more. I recently did a 6-hour Q&A with Tom Bilyeu's Impact Community on his Discord, and it was 6 hours. I didn't go to the bathroom. I didn't take a break. I was reading the questions and answering the questions. My throat was burning. Didn't even notice it till the end, and that 6 hours flew. Where that felt, if you asked me how long was it, I would have said, I don't know, it was like 20 minutes, half an hour, like 6 hours. 6 hours later, still going. And then we eventually wrapped it up because I needed to go to dinner and hang out with my wife, where I said, yeah, I'm going to do this short little Q&A, and it turned out to be 6 hours. So maybe that's even a better form of meditation. Maybe when you're in your purpose and doing great work and time flies because you're having fun, maybe that is a better form of meditation for you if you struggle with just sitting down and meditating. Maybe doing that work is healing. You know, I think a lot of people meditate to heal. And I think a part of why that could work is because you're, again, removing the stress of the past, of the regret of the past, and removing the anxiety and stress of the future. And when your body's all stressed out, it's not going to heal, right? But when you can get back to present and remove the stress, you create the conditions for healing in your body. Well, I remember when I broke my neck in 2019 and I kept doing my tour, I kept staying on it because I wanted to be around entrepreneurs. I wanted to keep doing I could have canceled the tour, wouldn't have been a big deal, but that became healing for me, in feeling like I was serving, that I was helping, sitting at the front of a room for 4 hours with immobilized, neck brace on, ice packs, you know, on my neck, 2 or 3 pillows behind me, and I couldn't move for 4 hours but just talk. That became healing for me. And so at least what's helped me for where I'm at right now, I'm totally open to new experiences and being changed and you know, swaying my opinion. But for where I'm at right now, staying present and doing not just the work, but doing activities that you enjoy, that you feel are in service to others, that you feel like you're living your purpose, that you feel like you're having an impact. Think about the things that you love doing where hours get lost. I'm not talking about like opening your phone and scrolling through Instagram when you realize that 2 hours have passed and like, how did I just waste all this time? Not that, but in service of others and helping. See, I'm moving around right now. I gotta move. I can't sit still. I don't like it. When I get into creative ideas, I gotta move. I play with my ring, you know, the ring is all over the place. It's not just on my finger. This gives me more creativity. Like the motion creates more creativity for me. And so if you find those things where you love doing, it's in service to others, it's helping people, time gets lost, and you feel it in your heart and your soul that this is the right thing for you to be doing for where you're at right now, that maybe that's, you know, maybe just maybe that's the form of meditation that you need the most. That by staying present and helping others and being in service, maybe that's all the healing that you need. Maybe that is the present mind that you need. Maybe that is the focus that you need. Maybe that is the meditation that you're already doing. And if that gives you some extra perspective or a different view on meditation than what you might hear other places, I hope that helps. Maybe judge yourself a little bit less, or maybe lean into something that you thought didn't exist, because it's certainly played a huge impact on my life. And thank you for allowing me to share this story with you.
You are staying small because you're afraid. You're afraid of the worst case scenario coming true, losing, having no money, and being embarrassed. But you know you're capable of more. You know the way that you're going about doing things right now is nothing compared to what you're capable of. Unless you lose that scarcity mindset, you're always going to stay small, knowing that you are capable of more. Today, I'm going to show you how. So one of the easiest ways to get out of your scarcity mindset is to go from idea to action. As soon as you get an idea, you do something about it. And sometimes that idea, often that idea is going to be too big, too scary, too crazy. You can't do it. Who are you to do this? You don't have the money, resources, time, connections, energy, right? All of that, all of the excuses that come into your head. I like to teach myself that as soon as I get an idea, I go do something. It may not work, but you have genius ideas, trust them, go do something. So this is great. This is a Grant video because when I did my tour in 2019, January to April, we hit 23 different cities over 90 days. And at the beginning, I was trying to find different sponsors that would help out with travel, accommodations, because it was me, Nina, my film guy, Danny, and all of our gear. It was mostly Danny's gear. Lighting, and we had speakers and camera gear and all of this stuff. And we ended up renting a Suburban and driving across America. But before doing that, I emailed Grant and I said, hey Grant, can I use your plane for 90 days for my tour? And to his credit, the email that he wrote back was, what's the upside? Not, no, not forget about it, not, do you know how much it costs, and just jet fuel and you know, my pilot, and then I can't use my plane for 3 months. He said, what's the upside? I said, well, listen, I'm gonna let everybody in my audience know about you. And listen, we didn't get a deal, we didn't make it happen. But it's that idea of going from idea to action, right? And I still do a lot with Grant, right? Making this video, helping promote all the stuff that he's up to. We're looking at doing something together when I go to Miami next. And so that one exchange didn't ruin the relationship. And I'm happy to share it publicly. Maybe that's embarrassing for some people, right? But the idea of trusting your ideas. You get an idea, you go do something. It may be too big, it may be scary. You might have people say no. Even if the most likely answer is no, right? The most likely answer might be no. The most likely answer to me asking Grant that question is no, right? It's a no. But if I don't ask, it's a no 100%. Don't take the no away from somebody else. It might be 99.999% no, but there's still a little chance. Maybe there's a yes somewhere in there. Trust your ideas. Do something. I did and still continue to do. And that's how you escape scarcity mindset. That's how you escape playing small and actually go down and chase the life that you want to live. So let's get more specific. I'm going to give you a 3-step process that I think will help. Step number 1 is idea to action. So as soon as you get that idea, you don't judge it. You don't think about it. You don't say, why me? You just go and you do something. Find the smallest possible way to just get started, right? So you just trust that the idea came to you. I believe that ideas flow through you. You got that idea for a reason. Why are you thinking about it? Don't worry about why you're thinking about it. Just go do something about it. Find the smallest possible way to just go do something about it. You are a genius, therefore you come up with genius ideas. Not all of them work out. Maybe the timing was wrong, maybe the execution was wrong, but it's still a great idea because you came up with it. Therefore, it is a great idea and you have to go do something about it. So trust your ideas and go from idea to action. Step number 2 is what I call the 2% difference. Here's what happens. Most of the time when people come up with an idea, you default into planning mode. Planning, strategy, thinking, researching, and then you wake up the next day and you're back to square one. You're back to normal. Like the energy that you got, the boldness, the courage that you had is gone because you woke up the next day. So you've wasted your best time, your best momentum, that peak in energy on planning. Where what I want you to do is use that for action. So the 2% difference is instead of planning to get to 100%, which is what most of us will do, you come up with an idea and then plan how it's gonna happen 100% to finish line. You don't even know what the finish line is gonna be. Stop thinking you even know where it's gonna be. Instead of worrying about the 100%, focus on the first 2%. The first 2%. I have this idea. What can I do right now
right now that will get me 2% of the way, right? You wanna make a YouTube video? Great, pull out your phone, start recording. That's 2%. You wanna remind yourself to breathe. This is one thing we have on our door. Every time I leave the door, every time I leave my condo, there's a sign that says breathe, right? Because I wanna remind myself to breathe. Practice my Wim Hof. Take 30 breaths in and out as I walk outside my condo every time. I put that there as a play bigger trigger for myself. But it's easy to think, well, if I'm gonna put a sign on my door, then I need it to be a certain size, and I need to be the perfect picture, and I need it to be framed, and you make it bigger, and then you don't do anything. That's the biggest problem. You just don't have momentum. You're not doing enough. And so step number one, the 2% difference is I took out a sticky note and I just wrote breathe and I stuck it on my door. And it's a reminder every day to breathe. It doesn't mean that you can't go back and plan. It doesn't mean that you can't replace it with something nicer, bigger, better. Yes, of course, planning has its role, but not as a first step. Your first step is action. If your first step is planning, you're losing. If your first step is planning, that's why you're a perfectionist. That's why you don't have momentum happening against your ideas. Your first step, idea into the first 2%. And then step number 3 is tie your self-worth to the effort, not the result. This is where, again, so many entrepreneurs will fail, is because you tied your self-worth to the outcome of you accomplishing that thing. If you woke up and you only did things that you knew you were gonna win at, you're gonna play small for life. You're only doing things inside your comfort zone because you know you're gonna win at them, right? Or a very high degree chance you're gonna win. If that's all you ever take on, you play small for life. But if you're going outside your comfort zone, taking on new projects, growing as a human, learning, getting better, taking on new challenges that are bigger and beyond you, most days you're actually gonna wake up and fail because you're doing something new. But if you woke up every day and were proud of the effort you were putting in, you're proud of yourself for the effort, you're putting in your max effort, you're trying to make the best video you can, you're trying to make the best product or service you can, you're proud of yourself for the effort every single day, you're gonna create amazing things. Way beyond what you thought you're capable of, and way more than the person who just sits inside their bubble doing things that they know they're gonna win at. Tie your self-worth to the effort, not the results.
You know, there's a great quote, find people or find someone in your life not to grow old with, but to stay young with.
Yes.
You know, and that we can apply, we typically think about that as our significant others, but those could just be the people that are in your life, the people like you stay young by watching Eric. You know, like you get this, you're still on a parallel path. Like Eric and I are on this parallel path right now with all of you guys. And maybe I never see Eric again in my life, or maybe we start a multi-billion-dollar venture capital fund together and change the world. Like, who knows, right? Like you never know how long of a parallel path you'll be on with somebody, right? But like be on the path of the people who make you feel the way that you want to feel, that you can stay young with, that you can express yourself, that they're pushing you in a loving way, not in a like, you need to go off and do this, Eric, because you suck, right? Like everybody has an opinion on what we should do with our lives. And there's some very rare people that when we come across them, I like the expression, collect good people. It's what I like to talk about. Collect good people. When you see somebody that you like, and it makes you feel better about yourself when you're around them, find a way to spend more time with them because it will make a really, really big difference in your life. And if you're listening to this show, you are probably the one pouring into other people. You know, like we're pouring into other people. You're the most optimistic person you know. You're the happiest person you know. You're the most ambitious person that you know. You're the most service-minded person that you know. And that's awesome. Keep pouring into others. But who's pouring into you? Who's encouraging you? Who's sharing in a loving way again, like, hey, you could be doing so much more. Like, why don't we do this together? And when you find those people, like collect them, hold on to them, be around them more, because it'll make a huge, huge difference in your life.
People aren't afraid of failing. You're afraid of failing in front of other people. You'll sing in the shower, but you won't sing on the street corner. You'll record a video, but you'll never release it. You'll be your own biggest critic, but you won't at the same time also be your own biggest fan. That needs to change, starting today. So my biggest fear is disappointing people. I'm terrified of disappointing people. The idea that you would come to my Thought Leadership Academy and I would teach you how to win on social media and get the ideas out of your head and pay $2,000 to do it. The idea that you would come and be disappointed destroys me. And it's led to some positive things in that I always over-deliver. I'm always obsessed. I'm always putting so much value to that. Even if you only get 10% of the value I'm giving, you still more than made the money that you invested into any of the stuff that I'm doing. But at the same time, it's still this fear. And so I want to attack the fear. I teach myself to attack the fear, and I think you should too. An example was when I did my tour, 90 days, 23 cities, and I did a paid tour because I was afraid to do it. Initially, it was supposed to be a free tour. It was supposed to be coffee shop meetups across the US, low risk, super easy. If one person shows up, great. If nobody shows up, awesome. If 100 people show up, great. There's no risk, right? It's free. You come, don't come, whatever. And my agent said that's playing it small. You got to charge for the event. And my first reaction was, oh my God, I can't charge for this event, right? Like, choking up because I'm afraid that if I start charging for it, then I need to bring so much more value. And because that was the reason, then I had to go off and do it. If there was a strategic reason why I should do a free event, then that's fine. My next tour I'm looking at for 2020 is going to be free, is going to be ideally, fingers crossed, I get my book deal. It's going to be at bookstores with my new book launch. So I want to do 20 something cities, East Coast, Texas, Mexico, with my book launch. And it's free to come. Hopefully you buy a book, but it's not required, but it's free to come out because it's going to be supporting the book launch. That's a strategic reason why I should be free. I didn't have a good reason why the first one shouldn't be free, why the tour this year shouldn't be free. And so I had to do it. I had to step into the fear. You have to step into the fear and do it because you need to attack the thing that you're afraid of, especially when it's related to other people, right? I'm not afraid of failing. I'm afraid of failing in front of other people, right? I can suck all day here in the office, but I don't want to suck in front of somebody else. I don't want to make people feel like whether they're spending $50 to come and see me that was on tour or $2,000 to come see me at my Thought Leadership Academy here, I don't want people to feel disappointed. And because I feel that way, I need to step into it. And I try to teach myself, attack it, attack it, attack it. If there's no good strategic reason why, then I have to do it because otherwise I'm playing small. And even just attacking it for the sake of attacking it is good. Even if it doesn't lead to a positive result for your business, it's good because you're building strength, because you're pushing your comfort zone, because you're getting better, because you're growing. That's worth something. That's a ton of value. Because if you can conquer your fear of doing this one thing, that translates to every area of your life. If you teach yourself to have more courage, that translates everywhere. So maybe you're afraid of, if you're on a cruise ship and they bring up couples and they do a game show, you're afraid of what might happen on that game. Do it. How does that make you a better entrepreneur? It makes you 1,000 times better as an entrepreneur. Because that's the same fear that you face in your business. That fear of going on that game show on the cruise ship, that fear of taking your phone and recording a video in public on the street. These fears that seem like nothing, they show up everywhere in your life. They show up everywhere in your business. And so learning to tackle them, especially in low stakes, starts building the muscle. Who cares if you fail on a street corner making a video? Great, go do it. If that is scaring you right now, do it. Teach yourself, you do it. You have courage. You do scary things. You'll come out on the other side. You'll come out with more strength, and then you'll start seeing things happen in your business. You'll have more courage. You'll have more boldness. You'll be more willing to do things, and then your business starts taking off. You have to lose the fear of failing in front of other people. I'm going to give you 3 ways on how to do it. Step number 1 is embrace your bold ideas. I'm a big believer that when you have these moments of boldness, maybe it's happening right now. Maybe you're feeling bold right now watching the video. Amazing. You have these moments of boldness. We have moments of boldness. I don't think people are bold all day long, right? And if you are, then you have moments of even greater boldness. You have these moments, these spikes, these hits, right? You go to an event. I look at people come to my Thought Leadership Academy. They have these huge moments of boldness, right? And then you fall back down. And that's normal. You're watching a movie, you get inspired, you fall back down. You have a conversation, you get inspired, you fall back down. The decisions that you make in the moments of boldness, I believe, are the right ones for you. Those are the decisions you have to follow through on and embrace. And then your head talks you down from them. The head brings you back down to playing small. And so when you're feeling bold, what have you come up with? I want to go do X. You have to go do it. You have to start building momentum. You have to start committing to some other people. Embrace the bold ideas. Recognize that those aren't the crazy ideas. Those crazy ideas you come up with when you're feeling bold are not crazy. Those are actually the best ones for you. You're just buried under a pile of garbage of limited beliefs on top of you. Those are the things you have to go chase down. And when it gets hard, when it gets difficult, when you want to quit, remind yourself, this idea came to me when I was feeling bold. I have to do it because I do bold things. You teach yourself. Step number 2 is expect to suck. This is where it gets super liberating. Expect to suck the first time you do anything. Expect to suck. Why do you expect to be great the first time out? Why do you expect your first video that you make to be great? It's not. It'll suck. That's the best. It should suck, right? If you are amazing at making your first video, then you should have started making videos 4 years ago. I believe that. You waited too long. Your first at anything should be terrible. It doesn't mean that you suck. I think you're amazing. You're a genius. You're Michael Jordan. You're the best of all time at something. But Michael Jordan didn't dunk his first ball, right? He didn't shoot and it went in right away, right? You suck at the beginning. That's normal. Learning any skill, you suck at the beginning. And it's really hard because you know what looks good. If you want to be a basketball player, you know what a good basketball player looks like. If you want to be a YouTuber, you know what a good YouTube video looks like. But then you can't do it yet. Your first one sucks, and that's where most people quit because they expect to be good. They're worried about looking bad in front of other people. They're not good the first time out, and so then they never go back to it. And this is what happens when people are growing up. You fail all the time. It's normal. It's okay. You fall down. Awesome. You get back up. You keep going. And then we stop trying. As adults, how often are you trying new things? How often are you willing to risk failure, to risk losing, to risk looking like a fool? You don't want to. And so you're not trying as much anymore. And you never find the thing that you could be Michael Jordan at. You never find it. And you get stuck in some life and some job that you hate forever. That's most people. I don't want that to be you. You need to try more. You need to explore more. You need to expect to suck. The first 18 times of doing something, you may suck. Amazing. Keep going. The most important thing is, are you liking it? Do you like the process? Successful people love the process. I love making videos. I like this process. This fires me up. I'm just sitting here by myself in my office, talking to a camera. I love it. This is great. I love it. For other people, they may hate it. Amazing. Don't do that. Go do something else. Go build little Timo toys, right? Awesome. Whoever made this. Who made this? Design in California. Oh, they didn't even give them credit. All right. Design in California. Right? Go make toys. Go do something. Go do the thing that you love. Expect to suck, but if you love the process of it, you will get better. Think about whatever you learned in school, most of it you've forgotten. But the thing that you remember, the stuff that you connected with, that you like more. So when you love something, you're going to just learn it a lot faster. When you like something, you're going to get better a lot faster. Even if you suck at the beginning, you'll get better a lot faster. You have to find that thing. And step number 3 is tie your self-worth to the effort, not the result. What I want you to do is go home and then sleep and think, am I proud of my effort? Am I proud of what I did today? Am I proud of the effort that I put in today? I want to be proud of my effort today in making videos. Right? I'm trying my best. Maybe it's not good enough. Maybe today sucks. Awesome, but I'm trying. I'm proud of my effort. I'm proud of the attempt. Most people tie their self-worth to winning, to the results, to the money, to the gold medal, to the whatever, right? To the YouTube, to the plaques back there. You can't do that. Because if you tie your self-worth to winning, you're only going to do things that you know you're going to win at. And therefore you play small for life. If you value winning above everything else, you'll only do the things that you know you're going to win at. And so you play small for life. You stop trying new things because you're going to fail at the beginning, right? Expect to suck. You don't expect to suck. You expect to be great. And then you're not. And so you stop doing that thing. You'll only take on small projects, but you're capable of way more. You're capable of doing something much bigger. And so when you tie your self-worth to the effort, when you say, I am proud of my effort today, if you did that every day, you're going to probably lose way more than most people, right? You're going to be getting up and losing almost every day. And then you have these big wins. But when you look back on this year of losing, you'll see, holy cow, how much have I grown? And you're actually winning way more than most people, way more than who you used to be, because you're proud of your effort. If you get up every day and you're proud of your effort, your life will change. Your business will change. Like every day for the next year, do something that makes you proud of your effort in your business, in your relationship, proud of your effort. You tried your very best today. Your life will be dramatically different. But it's because you're so focused on winning. You're so focused on the results. But then you play small because you don't want to risk losing. You don't want to risk failing. You don't want to risk looking like an idiot. You have to if you want the life that you're after. Michael Jordan missed more shots than most people. You're going to fail at most things. Most of my videos suck and don't go anywhere. It's the best. Get up, try again. Be proud of your effort every single day. Because you made it this far in a video, I want to celebrate you.
Most people start and don't finish. Most people never actually follow through. Most people say they want something, but they don't ever do the work to actually get it. But you are different. You are special. Believe Nation, you made it here all the way to the end, and I love you. So as a special celebration, if you put a hashtag believe down in the comments below on this video, I will showcase you and celebrate you somewhere on the screen in a future video because you are awesome.
For 10 more amazing rules from Tom Bilyeu, check the video right there next to me. I think you'll love it. Continue to believe, and I'll see you there.
I think that people should absolutely look at what is it that gives you more energy, because it's a game of attrition. You're playing a very long time horizon. You're going to fail a lot. There's going to be a lot of like having to figure things out and making mistakes.